Everybody, how are we doing today? It is time for SpearPillar's Champions Tour number 3, and we are getting set for our round 1 of Swiss, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Talonmaster Jay, and I am joined by Ducky once again. Ducky, it is good to see you, bud. How are you doing today?
Hi, it's good to be here as well. I'm excited for some more Pokemon today as well. We have 8 rounds ahead of us for this day 1, and from what I heard, we have 5 rounds for day 2. So, with a prize pool of 100 yet again on the line, I'm excited to see what people are bringing and just to see how they're going to play this out as well. What is our first matchup? Our first matchup is Blastoise Scavillain on the one side, and from what I'm seeing, it's Scavillain Aerodactyl as a Megas on the other. What do we think of this matchup?
So when looking at this matchup, and you just mentioned it, we are going to be playing 8 rounds of Swiss today, and that will mean an X2 or better advances to our single elimination rounds bracket. That will probably be hosted tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure on that front. But when we're looking at our 2 trainers in round 1 between Isma VP97 and the Gamer VGC, this is going to be a really fun matchup between, as you said, on Isma's side, there is a Mega Blastoise on Isma's side, and it has access to Water Pulse, Aura Sphere, Dark Pulse, and Fake Out. So it is really powering itself up if it Mega Evolves with the Mega Launcher ability.
And honestly, it is going to be a bit of a turnaround on who's going to have the speed advantage here, because on the one side we have the Farigiraf for the Trick Room, and on the other side we have the Tailwind with the Aerodactyl. So I can see a world where the Trick Room goes up and the Blastoise is going to try to go really hard into that Water Spout. But I could also see a world where the Trick Room is denied and then Tailwind with Aerodactyl is going to go through. And I'm also interested to see how Blastoise against Como is going to play out, because Como does resist those Water Spouts, and with Clanger Soul, maybe a turn 1 setup, you can even stall out a Trick Room possibly.
You are absolutely correct there, and we are actually about to get into our game right now between Gamer VGC and Isma VP. We are joining in a little late here, ladies and gentlemen, so we are going to see that there is the Pelipper and King Gambit on the side of the Gamer VGC here, and then on Isma's side, there's going to be... Oh, sorry, Isma has the Pelipper and King Gambit, and on Gamer side, it is that Kama-O and Sneasler, and Kama-O, I believe, just went for a Protect on that last turn.
Yeah, and we can see that both sides already have lost 2 Pokemon. So there's the Farigiraf and that Basculegion, I think that's gone already. And we see a Sucker Punch come out into the Como. It's not going to do a lot, but with the Hurricane to follow up here, is it going to be enough to get the KO on the Como? It is! So now it is the Pelipper and King Gambit left against that Sneasler. Is that Sneasler going to go for the close combat with the King Gambit? Is it going to be enough? It is close combat. There is the Chopper Berry here, so this might be able to survive here. We'll see. Is it going to be enough? It is not going to be enough. So the Sneasler is up against the King Gambit and Pelipper. And depending on how many turns of rain left, maybe the Sneasler can turn it around. I think with that Dire Claw as well, there is a chance, no?
You are correct here. This Sneasler is still at full HP right now, and it just had its White Herb activated. So this Sneasler will be the fastest Pokemon remaining on the field with the Pelipper and the King Gambit out there. But we also have to remember King Gambit does have access to Sucker Punch. This would be not very effective into the Sneasler, and with the Sneasler having neutral defenses, it'll be taking less damage than it probably would if it had lost a stage of defense. Sneasler going to go for a Protect here to avoid a turn as Pelipper goes for the Tailwind.
What a good play here to call out the Protect that they are probably going to go for, just because there's 1 turn of rain left. So now maybe there is we know that the Sneasers tend to be bulky, and we can also see that by the HP set. So maybe this doesn't have enough speed to outspeed this Pelipper, depending on how this Pelipper is even trained. And we'll just have to see how exactly these speeds are going to work out. It is going to be a Sneasler that's moving first. It's going to get the KO on the Pelipper that has 7 HP. I don't think that critical hit mattered at all. And it is up to that King Gambit to go for an attack here. It is that Iron Head. So how low is it going to go? It isn't even enough to bring it down to 50%. And with Sucker Punch also being resisted, this might need a crit or some form of really, really high roll to get the KO on the Sneasler. So it looks like the gamer is gonna take game 1 here. It is the Sucker Punch coming out, and it's not enough.
It's not enough, this Sucker Punch. And here comes that close combat from Sneasler. Extremely effective into King Gambit. Picks up the knockout. And Gamer VGC will win game 1 of this best of 3 set. And that, despite us joining in late, Ducky, that was a huge endgame for the Gamer VGC there. Having that Sneasler around in that endgame against the King Gambit and a Pelipper that was so low on its HP. That just showcases how effective Sneasler can be in the endgame.
Yeah, I also saw from the Pokemon that were knocked out that there was the Blastoise and Farigiraf out for Yzma, and that it was the Scovillain, and I think it was their own King Gambit on their side that was KO'd. So we can presume that it was simply a Trick Room that first came up, and Gamer has worked around it to try and stall and maybe trade inside of that Trick Room with the King Gambit as well. But Yzma, as we saw that the Tailwind was up before as well, has somehow managed to get the Tailwind up and then work outside of the Trick Room as well. So that really speaks to Yzma's team to be able to be flexible in that regard too.
You're absolutely correct there, Ducky. Just watching how our trainers fought their way in that game 1 there and making sure that the Chople Berry was taken off of that King Gambit, and also the King Gambit lived an extremely effective stab boosted close combat from a Sneasler thanks to that Chople Berry. If the Chople Berry wasn't there, King Gambit was going to be knocked out in 1 hit, but it also showcased that even with that Chople Berry, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, that just speaks for the power of Chople Berry on those King Gambits, and it is the trend to be run here in this meta currently that we're in. And we're actually gonna hop right into our round 2 here. Our trainers have led Pelipper and Blastoise, so opting for the speedier mode instantly and against the Como and King Gambit here.
Yes, and also on this Kama-O, it does have access to that Clangorous Soul, but both the King Gambit and the Kama-O do have access to Protect here, which would prevent Fake Out from being able to be used on this Blastoise. And Blastoise's Blastoisanite is going to activate here, and Mega Blastoise has fired the cannon!
Yeah, we'll have to see if it's actually gonna fire its cannon, as it isn't going for that fake out, so that does indicate it's gonna fire that cannon soon. We see a Clangor Soul come out, Clangor Scales here come out, it's gonna do decent damage. The Hurricane straight up into the Como is gonna hit 1-hit KO it here, because it didn't go for that Clangor Soul here to boost its special defense, and that's super effective if it's still gonna be strong. The Aura Sphere from Blastoise here is gonna come out, it's gonna be boosted with the Mega Launcher, but is it gonna be enough to KO through the Chople Berry? It is enough to KO through the Chople Berry here, so that speaks for the cannon power that Blastoise is bringing to the field here. A double 1-hit KO here, just straight up on turn 1.
A huge double knockout on turn 1 for Yzma there. That was huge with the Chople Berry on this King Gambit. It wasn't enough to survive that from the Blastoise. That was huge there, Ducky.
Yeah, including the fact that it isn't stab, you'd be like, oh, well, a Sneasler close combat wouldn't KO the King Gambit, so why would a Blastoise? But Blastoise just packing that power, it just speaks for that Mega Launcher ability, doing a lot of damage and obviously attacking on the special defense side instead. But we see that the Blastoise is going to switch out here into the King Gambit in front of the Sneasler Scovillain that is left for Gamer. The Scovillain is going to go here for the Mega, but with only Overheat as their attack, it's not going to do a lot of damage, but maybe we'll see a cheeky Leech Seed here with the Fake Out combination. It's going to be the Pelipper going for the Protect here, and we have yet to see the Sneasler move. It's going to be a Dire Claw into the Pelipper, trying to get some damage down, maybe get the KO after it's gotten solo, and it's the Leech Seed into the now King Gambit slot. So this Scovillain is looking good to stay on the field.
You're absolutely right, and Scovillain getting that Leech Seed up. King Gambit's health will be briefly affected by the Leech Seed. This Pelipper at 52 HP, there is still a possibility that this Sneasler going for a Dire Claw. It did not go for Fake Out on that last turn. You could go for another Dire Claw in the Pelipper and potentially knock it out here, and then you have your Scovillain with access to Rage Powder to redirect King Gambit's move here and potentially burn it.
Yeah, but we're gonna see the Pelipper is gonna switch out here for the Basculegion, so maybe trying to keep the Pelipper for later. It's gonna be a Dire Claw now into the Basculegion that just switched in. It's not gonna be very effective. Is it gonna activate the status? It's not. The Leech Seed is gonna target down into the Basculegion as well, so that's another source of recovery and a bit of chip every turn. It is gonna be the Iron Head into the Sneasel, but we saw in game 1 that it doesn't do a lot of damage, but this time it got it down to below 50%. The Skavillon is going to get a bit of chip onto both Pokemon through the Leech Seed, as it hasn't taken any damage, it doesn't need to recover any yet, and 2 physical attackers on the field here. I think that might be ideal for Skavillon if it can just tank both attacks that are coming out, but that is a Basculegion and Rain and Kingambit.
Yeah, this Basculegion here, it does have that Choice Scarf item and the adaptability ability, so whatever move this Basculegion chooses on this turn, it will be the move that it's locked into, and with that Scovillon having access to Rage Powder, this Sneasler can very cleanly go for someone like a close combat into the Kingambit here, who has taken some Leech Seed damage, but we're going to see Basculegion actually switch out here back into the Pelipper, and this Sneasler goes for Protect, trying to avoid any damage from Basculegion, and Scovillon goes for Overheat into the Pelipper in the rain, and Pelipper lives it on 15 HP.
That is going to drop the special attack for Skavillon, so it's not going to be able to get any attacks off next turn maybe. But the Kingambit is going to go for the counter cleave. It's going to be burnt in return, but it did 50% still, and that's a lot of damage. Notably, however, because the Basculegion just switched out, the Skavillon does not have the Leech Seed onto the right slot here from Isma's side, so it's going to only have one source of recovery here, which is that Kingambit. Kingambit, however, is starting to get rather low between the Leech Seed and burn damage here, and I think even with that Chocolate Berry, the close combat might just get the KO here as well.
You're absolutely right here. We did see that this Kingambit survived with the Chocolate Berry last time. Pelipper going for a Protect here, trying to avoid any damage from the Sneasler. Sneasler goes for that close combat, but it goes into the Pelipper slot. Pelipper stays alive on this turn, and Kingambit can go for an Iron Head with the burn though, and Sneasler survives it on 43 HP as the rain ends, and this Kingambit takes more passive damage from the Leech Seed and the burn set up by the Scovillon.
Notably here, the Leech Seed from the Skavillon did fail, so it does indicate that there was the Leech Seed going into the Kingambit rather than the Pelipper, who just protected, so trying to maybe get that cheeky switch and that read to activate the Unburden, but Isma is just playing it pretty straight, so the gamer is having a bit of a rough time here to come back. The Pelipper is going to switch out, it's going to be Blastoise, it's going to hit the field that did so much damage at the start, it's going to be a Sucker Punch into the Sneasler. It's not enough because that burn does really add up to remove that damage that the Kingambit usually would go for. It's going to be a close combat into the Kingambit. Is it enough to get the KO here? And it is. The Kingambit is going to faint here, but I think Kingambit might as well have done its job already.
You're absolutely right. The Chocolate Berry lessened the damage that the Kingambit took there. It was enough to get the knockout. There's the White Herb activating on Sneasler. Sneasler is definitely going to be fast here. And the Scovillon gets another Leech Seed off into the Mega Blastoise. Scovillon gets to stay around for another turn and get more damage off on Isma's side and almost back to full HP.
Yeah, and now, however, Isma is looking nice to just bringing that Pelipper as they are to set up their rain again, so any water pulses here from the Blastoise could do a lot of damage, but that Scavillon is almost back at full HP, and I don't think you necessarily want to risk getting Dire Clawed as well, so what is Isma going to decide to do here, because that Sneasler, even if it's at 22 HP, it can still just click Dire Claw and get that effect on the side, but it is just going to go for a Protect here on the Sneasler.
Blastoise going for Fake Out in a Sneasler. Sneasler will protect itself. Pelipper gets to hit the Hurricane. Super effective into the Scovillon, and it does enough to get the knockout.
The Scovillon, however, is going to burn the Pelipper in return, but I don't think that is enough for the gamer to come back here against Isma. Isma has 3 Pokemon left, that Pelipper that is going to go and faint to the next turn of burn, and Yeah, they realized that it isn't enough. Even if they wanted to get the KOs, there is an entire Scarf Basket Legion in the back. What a match!
That was an absolutely incredible comeback there by Yzma, positioning their Pokemon exactly the way that they needed to around the threat of that Sko villain in the back for game 2 for Gamer. And also, that turn 1 was huge for Yzma there. A double knockout on the first turn of the battle. And how about that Mega Blastoise, Ducky? That was an extremely effective Mega Launcher boosted Aura Sphere, and King Gambit fell even with that Chople Berry.
Yeah, I didn't think that it would fall. When I see a King Gambit with Chople Berry, I just go, oh yeah, it will just hang on from this fighting attack, since it is just the norm somewhat. But Blastoise here just catching all of us off guard and just getting that one-hit KO onto the King Gambit. Very notable, the fact that it just straight up just threw a Chople Berry, just said, no, you might as well need a Sash for this. So
you might as well need a Sash right there. That was just an incredible first turn for Yzma, putting themselves in a very strong position to force a game 3, which we are about to get into right now. It's going to be Kamo and Sneasler as a lead for Gamer. A little bit of a switch up here, as also a switch up on Yzma's side. Blastoise is there, but so is Farigiraf.
Yes, the last turn, the last game, it was about the, I'm just gonna hit you straight up with that Aura Sphere, I'm just gonna go straight up with the attack with Pelipper, but now the Farigiraf is back on the field, which also means that Yzma has forgone one of their slots between King Gambit, Pelipper, and Basket Legion, which we are curious to see, obviously. The Blastoise is gonna Mega Evolve here, and it's gonna look a bit rough here because I don't think the Gamer is able to prevent this Trick Room here. The Fake Out is blocked by the Armor Tail, and maybe there is no setup coming out. It's just gonna be a Clangy Scale straight up, so even the Blastoise is not going for a Fake Out here, just saying it doesn't need to, but this does open up the Sneasler to go for the close combat, but Blastoise is hanging on here. But if it isn't gonna go for the Fake Out, that means this Blastoise is gonna go for an attack, so it is gonna be the Water Pulse here into the Sneasler. Is it enough to get the one-hit KO? It is not. That Sneasler is hanging on with 40%, but it is just a Psyche from the Farigiraf, just straight up going for damage here, and that brings down the Como very low.
Kamo and the Sneasler both brought to very low HP after the clanging skills from this Kamo and the Sneasler getting its Unburden to activate there with the close combat, lowering its defense and special defense. But now this Sneasler is in perfect position to knock out something on Yzma's side, as we're going to see the third Pokemon be the Basque Legion on Yzma's side. Close combat though goes into the Farigiraf here, brings it down to just 24 HP as Kamo goes for another Clanging Scales and picks up the knockout in the Farigiraf.
What a turn here immediately for the Gamer, because there was no Trick Room. It just means that they could keep the pressure on with that Clanging Scale close combat combo here, and Basque Legion did come in here, but it did take a decent damage. The Blastoise is back out, so there is the Fake Out, but both Pokemon on the opposing side could just protect and stall this out, and with Unburden already proc, this means the Sneasler is free to go for any damage before this Basque Legion is able to move. But I don't think the Sneasler is the target. I think as a Basque Legion, you'd be happy to just leave the Sneasler around the field and then just KO everything on the right side. With those two defense drops on Como as well, that is a nice target to go for, as we see the Sneasler go for protect and the Como as well.
But both Kamo and Sneasler protected themselves here from this Fake Out from the Mega Blastoise, and it was going to go into the Kamo slot as Basque Legion reveals that it's going to lock itself into Aqua Jet. Very good positioning here for Yzma with the Aqua Jet. That is a guaranteed priority move, and if there is someone like that King Gambit in the back, Ducky, now this King Gambit cannot go for Sucker Punch into a Choice Scarf Basque Legion because it would always fail.
Notably, this also allows the Basque Legion to maybe get the pickup onto the Sneasler here. It's the Aqua Jet. The Sneasler hangs on 1 HP, so it's free to go for a close combat into the Blastoise and get the KO here. I was about to say, if the Aqua Jet does get the KO on Sneasler, then maybe the Blastoise is able to move before that Como, but no, the Como is free to go for single target Clanging Scales, and it is going to be enough to get the KO here onto the Basque Legion. Wow.
My God, what a survival there for the Sneasler. Living on 1 HP. And that's going to be it. Gamer VGC with the 1 HP survival Sneasler wins this best of 3 2-1. Oh my God.
What a sweep. And it just speaks for the power of bulk on Sneasler as well. Usually you'd have that bulk for something like a dual wing beat into the Aerodactyl, and then that's kind of it. But you can see just like these kind of situations where a sash wouldn't be enough, right? Because he took some chip already before. Bulk just suddenly lets you survive and get that KO here. And because that Sneasler had the Unburden proc already, you were forced to go for Aqua Jet. There wasn't any other attack you could go for where the Sneasler could not get the KO onto the Blastoise otherwise.
You're absolutely right there, Ducky. And I do wonder if the Aqua Jet might have gone into the Kama-O there. Yes, Kama-O was at -2 on its physical defense there, but it was also a Dragon type, and Dragon types resist the Water type of the Basculegion, but I don't know how it would resist a -2 on its physical defense with adaptability. Aqua Jet. There may have been a possibility where Basculegion could have knocked out the Kama-O and you potentially bring in something in the back like that Pelipper and really set up the Basculegion with a King Gambit in the back on Gamer's side. Now you have a Water type Weather Ball and an Aqua Jet in the rain.
Yeah, this is presuming that there is the Pelipper in the back as well. I would have loved to see something like a Pelipper switch plus Aqua Jet Snipe as well. But if you're confident that, like, hey, this Aqua Jet is going to get the KO on Sneasler, then why wouldn't you go for it? That 1 HP, that might have been a low roll. And then in another world, we would have said, yeah, that Aqua Jet got the KO, and then Blastoise maybe got the KO onto the Como. So it's a really interesting dynamic to see. Because I think in turn 1, we also saw the Blastoise go before Como. However, congrats to Gamer for winning that round 1. We are going to go into a short break until that round 2 start here, so stay tuned.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the SpearPillar Champions Tour number 3. We are getting set for our round 2 of Swiss between Charisma Check and Togi Ducky. This is going to be a lot of fun because we're about to be seeing some Sableye action right now.
Yeah, and usually Sableye for the rain teams they're on, but this is a solo Sableye experience, so there is no Pelipper to be seen anywhere. It is that Mega Dragonite and Venusaur combo, but as well the Archuludon, Basculegion, and the Sylveon for Charisma, while Togi is rocking that Scizor Charizard composition that is for the setup Dragon Dance and the Swords Dance there. So you have that Incineroar, you have that Sneasel, that Melodic, but attack here is that Garchomp instead of that Sinister that you usually see on those teams.
You're absolutely right. And also looking at this Garchomp on Togi's side, Ducky, this is a scale shot Garchomp. There is no Dragon Claw.
Whoa, so that means we might see some gambling here, but we'll have to see for that round 2, game 1, what our players are going to lead here. So we are going to go in with that Sableye Basculegion here for Charisma, and Togi is going to lead that Scizor and Sneasler. So going for that Scizor route against 2 Ghost types, though. I don't know if this is a good lead for Togi here.
You're absolutely right here. This Sneasler does have the ability to fake out that Scizor, but the Scizor does have access to Protect. And also this Sableye is packing the move Encore, which would be able to lock Sneasler into Fake Out as long as it is on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Sableye does have access to that Rain Dance, and we are going to see this Scizor Mega Evolve, and there is Mega Scizor on the battlefield.
The Mega Scizor has hit the field, but the first thing it's going to do is protect itself from any incoming damage here. The Sableye is going to go for the effect, so boosting that defense on their side. And we see that the Basculegion is going to go first because of that Scarf. It's going to be a flip turn into Sneasler, doing a lot of damage because of that adaptability as well. And now Charisma is free to bring in something else, but the Sneasler has yet to move, so are you gonna risk it? Is it gonna be the Dire Claw, or is it gonna be the Close Combat? What are you gonna bring in? Charisma decides to bring in that Archuludon. What is that Sneasler gonna go for? It's a Throat Chop instead here, so doing some damage into that Archuludon, but ultimately just giving it a stamina boost because of that Reflect, boosting its damage so high up.
Yeah, this Archuludon has just come out onto the battlefield, and we are going to see that the stamina has been activated for at least one turn. This Archuludon is now at +1, but this Archuludon also, there is the threat of the potential for the Electro Shot here if the Sableye goes for something like a Rain Dance right now.
Yeah, we're gonna see that the Sneasler is gonna switch out here in favor for that Garchomp. The Sableye is gonna lock the Scizor into that Protect that it just went last turn, so even if it wanted to try something else, it is not gonna get it out. It's gonna be the double Protect here successfully, so even if there's any damage coming down, but no, it's gonna target down the Sneasler Sword. That's now the Garchomp move with that Dragon Pulse setting it. That's gonna do a lot of damage, and Archuludon is just free to just heal the damage up that it even got from that Throat Chop. So ultimately just having gotten a defense boost from that Sneasler.
That was a huge call on Charisma Check's side there, getting that Dragon Pulse into the switching Sneasler there and making the Garchomp come out and take that super effective damage there, Ducky. That is massive for Charisma, as we have to see the Scizor switch out here due to it being encored into Protect. And the 4th Pokemon is revealed to be Milotic as Sableye activates the Rain Dance. So the Rain has been activated. Garchomp gonna go for Stomping Tantrum. This is super effective in Archuludon, but with that stamina and the Reflect, Archuludon eats it like a champ as Archuludon goes for Electro Shot. It gets the Electro Shot in the rain. A powered up move. It's guaranteed to hit with no charge term. And it's going to go into the Milotic slot here that just switched in. +1 super effective. And Milotic ate that.
Yeah, Milotic ate that. However, that is still a lot of damage that went down. Meanwhile, Charisma's side is just free to go for anything really. It's only the Arcaludon that has taken a bit of damage, while it looks like for Togi, almost half the team is at yellow HP, so Charisma really in the steering wheel here, and Togi has to make some plays here to come back here possibly. Maybe a crit is needed to even break through that Arcaludon to ignore that defense boost and reflect here, but we'll have to see what Togi is going to go for ultimately.
You are absolutely right, as Charisma is in such an advantageous position right now. As Sableye going for the light screen here, setting up the double screens and making sure this Archaludon will survive any hit. Here's the scale shot though from the Garchomp into Sableye, wisely going into Sableye to make sure that Garchomp will not be going and setting up stamina more on Archaludon, but Archaludon gets to go after a Scald. The Milotic faster than this Archaludon is very big, but also Archaludon gets the power up again with another Electro Shot. This will be super effective, and Archaludon is now at +2 on its special attack set, and Milotic taking this Electro Shot and will be knocked out.
A really crucial knockout, because now Togi is left with 3 physical attackers, and we already saw that the stamina boost with that reflect, even the super effective stomping tantrum, just did not do a lot of damage. Sableye also hanging on from that double of with the scale shot and the Scald. So Scizor is going to hit the field. It does have that sword sense. It can set up here, but the issue is that is an Archaludon at +2, and it's going to go even higher if it just clicks Electro Shot into Scizor. So really, what are we going to do here? This Garchomp is also threatened to be encored into the scale shot, so even if it wants to target down the Archaludon, if the Sableye is cheeky and does click that encore, it's just going to lock the Garchomp into scale shot, but it is just going to switch out for the Basculegion.
Basculegion comes back in as Rock Slide is the move of choice into the Basculegion, and the Archaludon not very effective with the Reflect. Archaludon survives and gets another stamina boost. Dragon Pulse coming out super effective into this Garchomp, and Garchomp will be knocked out.
What a turn here, just to maybe hope for the Rock Slide flinches, but just not getting it. It's going to be the Bug Bite into the Basculegion slot, but maybe targeting down the Sableye, just trying to get it removed as fast as possible. But the Basculegion that just switched in, that can take it pretty well. Reflect did wear off, but with that +3 defense under Archaludon and Sneasel and Scizor left, Togi decided to forfeit here, because how are you going to break through that Archaludon at this point?
That was absolutely incredible by Charisma Check there in game number 1. He played that set absolutely perfectly, and when that Archaludon went for Dragon Pulse into the switch on the Sneasel slot into a Garchomp of all things, Ducky, that was absolutely incredible, and the momentum, it just swung right in Charisma Check's favor.
Yeah, what I'm also curious about is the encore from the Sableye here. So the Scizor went after the Sableye, is assuming it has gone for Bullet Punch here, because the Scizor usually wouldn't want to lock itself into the Protect. Obviously, there's the encore threat, so I'm going to go for that Bullet Punch and try to get ahead of the priority against Sableye. Sableye is not known to be a fast Pokemon, so Sableye outspeeding and getting that encore down. I am curious if there was a Bullet Punch that was being clicked there, and if that means that Sableye is rather fast as well, which would entail that the bulk that it also has is really impressive for the fact that it is fast enough to outspeed a Scizor.
You are absolutely right there, Ducky. That Sableye was in a great position that whole battle. And also the fact that Charisma Check did not lose a single Pokemon in that battle either. Absolutely massive. We're going to get right into game 2 as our trainers have chosen their Pokemon. It's going to be the Sableye and Basculegion once again for Charisma Check as the lead. But we're going to see a switch up on Togi's side. There is a Charizard alongside Sneasler.
However, as many may think, this is not the Charizard Y that you're used to. That is the Charizard X with that Dragon typing. After the Mega Evolution, it can take a Water type attack, since that is rather neutral. And Dragon Claw, Tough Claws is going to do a lot of damage, so we're going to see that the Charizard is going to go for that Mega here. It is that Charizard X, so it's not going to set up the Sun, but rather boost all of its physical attacks including the Flare Blitz and Dragon Claw. The Sableye decides that Flare Blitz, I don't want to take it. I'm going to go for a Rain Dance here. Maybe boost the damage from Basculegion a lot, as well as it is going to go for that Wave Crash into the Charizard. Isn't enough? The Charizard hangs on!
A huge survival of
Oh my
Charizard.
God.
Obviously, Throat Chop go for the Sneasler. Basculegion survives it on 6 HP and gets the Poison Touch.
So, just so much happening all at once. That Flare Blitz also going down into that Sableye because of that Rain Dance, however, having the damage. So, usually something that would have been enough, not enough now. That Charizard gone from the field because of the recall as well. But also, that Basculegion is going to go because of that poison from the Poison Touch. So much happening in that turn one. Holy.
Oh my god, what survivals on both Togi and Charisma Check's Pokemon there. The Charizard surviving on 7, the Basculegion living on 6, and now Archaludon is coming out onto the field as the third Pokemon for Togi is going to be that Garchomp once again, and we saw that this Garchomp survived a super effective Dragon Pulse from this Archaludon. That gives the appearance that this Garchomp might be bulkier than we think.
Yeah, and the Archaludon in this case doesn't have any defense boosts yet, and the Reflect is not up yet, so maybe a double up is even enough to get the KO here. But obviously, what is Charisma gonna do? Are they gonna like protect and go for an Encore? Is it gonna be a Reflect? There's a lot of mind games happening here as well, and again, that Sneasler has Poison Touch compared to the usual Unburden, so I think it can poison that Archaludon as well if it does get an attack off. So I'll be interested to see if that is gonna possibly happen. It's gonna be an Encore from the Sableye here, so saying the Sneasler is not allowed to go for any close combats or Dire Claws here. It's gonna be a Throat Chop, randomly targeting into the Sableye here. Not enough to get the kill. It's gonna be the Stomping Tantrum to follow it up. So the Sableye is not gonna get any Reflect or Light Screen up, but it did get the Rain up for that Archaludon, who is gonna go for the Dragon Pulse into that Garchomp, which is gonna hang on as noted before.
It is a huge survival on the Garchomp there. A great double up by the Garchomp and the Sneasel into that Sableye slot to knock it out and guarantee that the Sableye cannot go for Reflect on the next turn.
Yeah, and also denying any future Encores, so you are free to just go for any like Scale Shots here, for any Stomping without being worried to be locked into it. The Sneasler obviously here has to switch out. You don't want to be locked into a Throat Chop here. It's going to be the Scizor in the back, which I wouldn't have assumed to be in the back there since he already Megaed. I would have predicted there to be a Milotic or maybe the Instant to help out, but it is the Scizor. We see the Dragonite is going to Mega Evolve here for Charisma, and the Garchomp is just going to protect here, so it's all down to what Charisma has done targeting-wise. It's going to be a Dragon Pulse from the Dragonite into the Garchomp, while the Archaludon is going to go for an Electro Shot, so presumably into the Scizor switch in here instead of that ground-type Garchomp. So it is going to get that special attack boost, and now because the rain is allowed to immediately shoot, it is going to target down into the Scizor. Whew, that's a lot of damage.
Scizor did take a lot of damage there, brought down to just 65 HP. Now, what's also important to note here is Garchomp went for Protect and Dragonite went for damage. This Scizor does have access to Priority Bullet Punch, which would break the multi-scale on this Mega Dragonite, and Garchomp is not faster than the Dragonite. Hurricane comes out, and Garchomp is knocked out!
What a huge outspeed there, because now that means that the Garchomp is not free to go for any attack here, and that Archaludon is also going to go for an Electro Shot to finish up that Scizor here, presumably. And unless it side targets, no, it's going to target down to Scizor here. It's going to get the KO, as we saw the damage be a lot already in turn 1, and with just another special attack boost, that is going to do a huge amount of damage. But is Sneasler enough to get the KO here onto the Archaludon? Can it maybe get a Dire Claw into the Dragonite? There is still a way for Togi to win this match.
There is still a way for Togi to win this match here. It is very tough for this Archaludon with no access to a Chople Berry and no access to a protecting move. Here's that close combat. Archaludon though survives it on 19 HP. A huge survival. And Archaludon gets the stamina off as Dragonite goes for a Hurricane. Super effective into this Sneasler. And Caesar will survive as it is brought down to its Focus Sash. living on just 1 HP, but this Archaludon, one final attack, it's the Electro Shot! It's powering up with the power of electricity, with the rain, bypassing that charge turn. Archaludon, one more Electro Shot at +3! Sneasler is knocked out, and Charisma Check wins game number 2!
Charisma yet again just sweeping the field with that Archaludon, getting all the special tactics from that Electroshot here. So what a game 3. Just a really explosive show of Charisma to show, hey, Reina is really, really strong, and it is not because of that Pelipper, it is because of that Archaludon, it is because of that Basculegion, and that Dragonite is a really nice bonus on top of all of that.
That Dragonite being faster than the Garchomp too, Ducky, getting that Hurricane off into the Garchomp there, probably predicting a switch into maybe a Sneasler potentially on that turn, just to see if Caesar would come out, as it did have access to Fake Out, which would have actually helped out for Togi there against that Dragonite after going into its Mega Form. Having access to Protecto on the Dragonite would have been absolutely beneficial for Charisma Check to avoid a Fake Out on that turn and maybe even get a Poison Touch. The Poison Touch activating on Sneasler on that first turn.
Yeah.
Totally incredible.
There was so many clutch survivals there. That Wave Crash and Rain being able to hang on with the Charizard, and then the Flareblitz Recoil getting the KO on yourself, and then the Basculegion getting Poison Touched by the Sneasler. So first like, oh my god, it hangs on, and then it still is gonna feign to the Poison Touch. So really, really explosive turn 1. I still need to get over that a little bit. I need to recover from that. So I don't know about you, but I could head into a break.
I think we could go to a break, but before we do that as well, I do want to answer somebody in the chat, Ducky, because they did mention it during that round 2 stream. That is Juno Kumazoku. That is Juno, my husky. And then
Juno.
Also joining the stream because she won't quiet in the back is my Chihuahua Tequila.
Aw, 2 little doggies.
Yeah, my neighbors are mowing the lawn, and she sees people, and as a Chihuahua, she does not like people.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
She probably would love Pokemon a lot, wouldn't she?
I won't say that. I won't confirm or deny that I've nicknamed a Pokemon after her in the past.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Well, I mean, they can't know that I'm naming it after an animal. Like, I know it's technically named after a fun beverage, but how are they supposed to know?
However, I do think that maybe your dogs need a little bit of affection, and you may want a little bit of time. So we are going to head into a little break here. We might put on a game here as well for the time being until round 3 starts. So thanks everyone for tuning in. This was my last round for today, and I see you tomorrow.
Let's go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 3 of the SpearPillar Champions Tour. We are getting set for our round 3 match between Ophelia C and Pat Jess. I'm Talon Master J. I'm coming back to you guys, and to be honest, I had this guy in the background. He was fighting me. He was like, when can I join? When can I join? And well, he's got a chance to join now. It's my guy, Cage. Cage, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Talon. It's a beautiful Saturday. A little bit of an overcast for me, but a great Saturday nonetheless. I am super excited. Missed out last week on the first Champions Tour for SpearPillar. Amped to be commentating some rounds for this week of SpearPillar. And it looks like we've had a great tournament so far, Talon, huh?
We have had a great tournament so far, and this is going to be so much fun with our round 3 matchup here, Cage, because we are going to be featuring Chimecho. I didn't even think that Pokemon existed anymore.
Yeah, and I saw it. So the only experience I've seen of this new Mega was a Cybertron video that came about a week ago. And I'll tell you right now, folks, strap in, because this is not that team that Cybertron spotlighted. We have an entirely different Mega Chimecho build here. And it's a really, really interesting one, like you said. And honestly, Talon, it's the team around it that you're going to see on stream. It's a Mega Chimecho paired with a Scarf Masquerada, Mystic Water Araquanid, Pelipper or Chaladon, and then a Fairy Feather Sylveon for those that want Floette at home. Very, very cool team, Talon. I'm interested to see how this operates, huh?
I'm excited as well to see how this is, especially that Sylveon with the Fairy Feather and Hyper Beam. That move does incredible levels of damage with that Fairy Feather, boosting it up, the Pixelate ability, turning it into a Fairy type move. And on the side of Pat Jess, there is a guard jump on that side of the field. It does not want to take a Hyper Beam. It's basically that meme of Patrick just said, "Good morning, Krusty." Oh!
It's also so interesting too, because the Garchomp, it's funny because Garchomp is such a big meta Pokemon right now, but it does not want to go against Chimecho either, right, Talon? So we're going to have to see if Pat just brings that beast into this matchup. We are loading up into game number 1 of round 3, Talon, and no Chimecho yet, but we do have another Steel type on the field.
We do have another Steel type in that Archaladon, and this Archaladon is leftovers with the stamina ability. Also, this Incineroar can go for a fake out very cleanly into the Meowscarada with that fake out, as this Meowscarada is the Choice Scarf variant, which would in turn allow Aerodactyl to maybe go for something like a dual wing beat and just get the knockout.
Yeah, it's very interesting because it is going to go faster here, but like you said, with the Sash, you're not getting that knockout, and the Archaladon isn't going to go first. Incineroar also threatening a fake out onto either spot, but something tells me Incineroar does not want to give that Archaladon a stamina boost here. So really, yeah, how does Ophelia respond? Says, you know, I'm going to get this cat, put it back in the bag, bring out my bird. Pelipper is going to make it rain, and no, I'm not talking about Golden Goat here, Talon.
You are not talking about Golden Go, but we also are going to see the Tailwind start out as Flare Blitz comes out into what was the Meowscarada and is now the Pelipper. But more importantly, the Pelipper's Focus Sash has just been broken.
Yes, very important here. It is going to take that Flare Blitz pretty comfortably, even if rain isn't up. But what's super important here, Talon, is this Archaladon's getting an attack off scot-free right now. Electroshot looks like it's going into the Incineroar. +1 does about half, actually just under half, with us being able to see the HP percent, and a very, very good turn for honestly both players here. If you're Pat Jess, you've got the speed control, although this Aerodactyl is already pretty fast right now, but this Archaladon is online right now, Talon. How does Pat Jess make sure that this thing is not just going to keep click Electroshot until the game's over?
What we're going to see first, it's going to be a Rock Slide into this Pelipper, bringing it down to just 37 HP, and Archaladon will get a first stamina boost here. Meanwhile, Incineroar goes for Parting Shot into the Archaladon to lower its attack and special attack by 1 stage, back down to neutral, and more importantly, Incineroar can switch out.
Yes, yeah. I actually think that's a really good play right there. Incineroar was going to die to another Electro Shot, and also kind of shows how, well, Tailwind is up, so I apologize. Doesn't necessarily show the instant speed there. But yeah, getting in a special attack drop, forcing this Archaladon to go back to neutral. If you want an Electro Shot, you're only going to be at +1. And a really nice Mimikyu switch here, Talon, right? If that's an Electro Shot into the Incineroar, the Mimikyu is going to take that and only lose its Disguise HP.
Yeah, Aerodactyl brought down to its focus sash here by the weather ball on that on the Pelipper there. Meanwhile, Archeladon going for the Electro Shot again, getting that special attack boost that it lost from the parting shot. And Electro Shot goes into Aerodactyl, so the double up will knock it out.
Yeah, so now the Mimikyu, it is nice because it does still keep its disguise. However, I mean, Talon, we've seen 3 of Jess's 4 Pokemon, and they're all physical attackers. And this Archeladon right now is at +2 defense. Yeah, it got parting shotted. Okay, the Instant is coming, the Charizard is coming in. I was going to say, you have to think this is Charizard in the back here. You need some way to break this bridge. But now we're going to start playing some weather games, right? It looks like Charizard should get a free chance to reset, turn it into the sun. So if you're Ophelia here, you almost have to switch your Pelipper out, right? You need to be able to bring it in the back, change the weather back to your favor.
You are absolutely correct there, Cage. This Pelipper does have access to the rain if it switches out here, and this Charizard goes for a Mega Evolution, but at the same time, this Charizard is Mega Charizard Y. It's not Mega Charizard X, and Mega Zard Y looks really good in this spot, especially with someone like a Meowscarada coming back out onto the field as Charizard goes for the Mega Evolution to get that drought back up on the field. And Mimikyu's disguise is still active right now, and it goes for Heat Wave into the Meowscarada switch and knocking it out.
This I had a feeling when I saw Meowscarada come in, Talon, I'm like, I know what Ophelia's doing. You got to reset the weather. This poor cat, we don't see Meowscarada a lot. It did not need to take that Heat Wave, but a crucial dodge on the play rough. Now, I do think another Heat Wave is probably still going to get it done, but unfortunately, now you can just bring in Pelipper and reset the weather back to your favor. You know, Ophelia is breaking that disguise finally. I think that's smart. Get it out of the way. You got to be able to clear this Mimikyu eventually, but I think, honestly, taking care of that Meowscarada, saying you can get rid of this KO if I can bring my rain in, really puts this Archeladon back in the gas in the front seat.
Absolutely there. With this Archeladon also at +2 on its physical defense, I'm not even sure a play rough from neutral on Mimikyu would do enough to knock out this Archeladon here. I believe this is also the last turn of the Tailwind that was set up by Pat's Aerodactyl.
By Pat, yep.
So if that is the case, and this is that final turn of the Tailwind, Pelipper, it's a risk here that you could go for a Tailwind thinking that this Charizard might switch out here, and then you have the speed in your back pocket. We are going to see the Charizard switch out here to make sure the rain resets as Incineroar comes back out onto the field, lowers the attack.
Oh, great play.
Pelipper switches out again.
Great play. I was just about to say, Talon, I think the one thing that Ophelia can do here is it's so scripted.
And a Shadow Claw!
Oh!
Hey,
wow.
All there.
Yeah, really, really good call there by Pat Jess. I mean, I think that's safe, right? You don't want to miss your play rough. You think that's probably going to kill the Pelipper if it comes in, and you figure it's probably the Mega in the back. But I still think that's such a great play for Ophelia. Incineroar is going to die. Incineroar is going to get knocked out here, Talon. But, I mean, Chimecho hangs on, and now because of this, Ophelia's all but won the Weather War, right? Charizard has to come in. You know, Disguise is now broken. Yes, you're Mega. We haven't seen the Mega Chimecho yet, but we might not even need to Talon this side because once again, the other Steel type on Ophelia's team has just been a stalwart this game one.
It absolutely has been a stalwart right now. The Pelipper in the back will negate the drought just set up by this Mega Charizard. This Archeladon also hits at 93 HP, and we're not even sure if the Mimikyu is faster than this Archeladon right now. There is the possibility here of a double up potentially into this Archeladon with something like a Weather Ball into the Archeladon, but also there's the switch from the Chimecho back into the Pelipper to reset the weather from sun to rain. And now this Heat Wave, it's not going to do as much. Pelipper and Archeladon survive. 53 HP on Archeladon, 12 HP on Pelipper. And
the Archeladon's faster.
Wow.
That's huge. I have to think Mimikyu's probably going for a Shadow Claw here. I think at this point, you're honestly kind of banking for a crit plus the Heat Wave, but we're not even going to get to see that talent. Oh, we might get to see it, actually. We you might get to see it, but unfortunately, I don't think this Mimikyu can win a 1v3 right now. No spread type moves, and we've got 100% accurate Pelipper on the left side. It's a play rough into the Pelipper. I think, unfortunately, Pat was just a little bit too far behind here. I don't think it really mattered which spot it went into. I think maybe a Shadow Claw into the Archaladon potentially could have been a little bit better, but I also think maybe in game one, Pat is kind of trying at this point, like you just said, Talon, wants to see if the Mimikyu was even going to go before the Archaladon, right? So now they know this going into game two, hey, I'm going to need Tailwind if I want to outpace this thing.
You're absolutely right, and this Archaladon does have access to that Flash Cannon, which is super effective into Mimikyu, and it's gotten the boost from the Electroshock, and we're gonna see if the Chimecha has been activated.
Here we go.
Mega Chimecha!
A little bit of style points at the end of this game one. You know, Ophelia saying, I want to bring out the big guns. I'm on stream. You know, Flash Cannon's getting this anyways, but here is my wind chimes. Take a look. And what a beautiful Mega Talon. It's nice to at least see it on the field, even if it was more of a sandbag for some of those Mimikyu hits. And a great game won by Ophelia here. Now, I'm looking at these teams' talent, and I'm thinking if you're Pat Jess, you really got to try to figure out a way to put your Charizard in a winning position, because I just don't know if you're going to be able to break this Archaladon with the rest of your team without that Charizard, right? Like you were saying, Garchomp does not want to really sit in front of some of these other Pokemon on the team. Not going to want to sit in front of this Meowscarada, not going to want to sit in front of this Chimecho, even this Araquanid. So you kind of really can't bring the Garchomp into this matchup. So then how do you position yourself with this Charizard talent? How do you get Charizard to say, hey, listen, your Archaladon is actually, you know, worried right now with what I have?
So I'm looking at Pat's side, and again, that Tailwind was absolutely critical for Pat there, getting the Charizard to be faster, also getting Incineroar faster than Archaladon to sort of negate the power of the Flash Cannons and the Electroshots, at least for one turn, as Archaladon had to get its special attack stat reset there by the parting shot. But there is something that I want to see if we can, and that's this Farigiraf on Pat Jess's side. Now, we do know it has Hyper Voice on its team sheet. It does say that there is a different type of move on their Cage, but we know that it is supposed to be a different move of choice. But there's one move on this Farigiraf that, if it's chosen, well, Pelipper's Rain, it's not gonna be enough.
That's actually a great point, Talon, honestly. So for those that don't have the open team sheet, we see Sunny Day on this Farigiraf right now. So it does have Psychic Noise too, Talon, which is a little interesting because it is the Leftovers Archaladon. So you could angle for something like that to kind of limit Leftovers recovery, but I'm starting to think that, you know, Sunny Day would be better, but we don't see either. We actually do see the Garchomp hit the field right now. You know, it is worth noting, no Stomping Tantrum, only Earthquake on this Garchomp. So you would be hurting your Incineroar if you went for this. You know, Fake Out is nice because you could Fake Out the Meowscarada here, which would then at least give the Garchomp a chance to really get a nice attack off. But I mean, Talon, it's tough because, like I just said, if you click Earthquake, you're going straight into your own Pokemon, and I'm sure Instant's bulky, but it doesn't want to take an Earthquake from Garchomp.
That is true, and it's also important to note that the Meowscarada does have access to Triple Axle, which is extremely effective into something like this Garchomp right now. We are going to see Meowscarada switch out here, though, and bring out that Pelipper.
Okay, so Pelipper is out. You have to imagine this is probably going to be an Electroshot into the Incineroar. But I mean, Pat just saying, listen, I got to do something. Look how much that does to their Incin. I mean, Talon, we're seeing an Electroshot into this Incineroar here. We're losing Incineroar turn one, but it's not. It's a Dragon Pulse into the Garchomp, and Garchomp hangs on. This Incineroar is probably going to get a parting shot off right now, and it is. And all of a sudden, this Earthquake was feeling really good for Pat Jess.
You are absolutely right there, Cage. I did not think that the Archaladon would be able to survive the Earthquake from the Garchomp there, because it looked like Garchomp was in a great position. But even better, now look at what has just come out. It is that Charizard, and we saw how much damage Charizard did to this Archaladon in the sun in game number one.
Yeah, so I mean, Charizard is pretty threatening here, but I think it's safe to assume, Talon, it's probably the Chimecho in the back again. So you can pretty safely switch out. You could pretty safely switch out, and then you're going to take an Earthquake because Meowscarada resists it, Chimecho's immune to it, and then basically protect the Archaludon, give yourself another boost of leftovers, and then all of a sudden you can re-win the Weather War. So I think Pat just has to be pretty careful here, because if you just I apologize, I'm looking at the wrong game. If you just Mega here, you're going to lose the Weather War after this turn, and you're not going to get a guaranteed KO onto this Archaludon. We are going to see the ripping of the Mega. Does Archaludon protect here, Talon? Or is this going to be a knockout?
We're going to find out here as the Mega Charizard Y with that Drought. And Archaludon will go for the Protect. So it will survive this turn. Garchomp goes for Rock Slide, though, trying to see if Pelipper stays in. And even more, the Weather Ball!
Oh, that's unfortunate. The Weather Ball, it was not Heat Wave. I really think Heat Wave was just such a safer play there. You know Pelipper has to switch out, so you're guaranteeing damage onto whatever switches in, and you know one is Meowscarada. And like I said, I mean, it's safe to assume that it was the Chimecho in the back. I don't think they're bringing the Araquanid into this matchup, and if it's Sylveon, it doesn't want the Sun-boosted Heat Wave either. So somehow, Talon, Ophelia is getting away scot-free, no damage this last turn, and you have to think it's Pelipper. You have to think it's Dripper coming right in here and just re-enabling this bridge.
I would think so, but it's also important to note that this Archaludon has taken one stage of stamina boost here, and we are going to see that Patches is going to switch out their Charizard, bring Incineroar back in, trying to predict a Meowscarada switch out here, but no, it's Archaludon switching out here, and then it comes the Pelipper. The Pelipper coming in for the Archaludon here as Meowscarada goes for U-turn. A Bug-type U-turn into Garchomp at -1. And Garchomp is knocked out!
Wow. That's good to know that U-turn KOs. And honestly, if U-turn KOing there did enough, now you've got pretty much one of your bigger threats for this Archaludon as long as you can win this Weather War. I'm interested who comes in here. You could bring the Archaludon, Talon, but I feel like that still makes it a little awkward because you have to think Charizard's coming in, and here it is. The Chime is here, Talon. We are getting Chimecho on the field. It probably doesn't really like Mega Evolving this next turn, but maybe it does now because we're not seeing Charizard come back. We see the final Pokemon at Pat Jess's side, and it's Aerodactyl.
Yeah, Aerodactyl comes back out here, but the more important thing to note is that this Chimecho and Pelipper, if I remember correctly, Incineroar just switched in, Cage. That means that there is a threat of a fake out in either the Pelipper or this Chimecho. Pat just probably wants to fake out the Pelipper to break this Focus Sash and maybe get the Tailwind up as well. But we're just going to see that Archaludon, or Pelipper's going to switch back out for this Archaludon, and the Chimecho activated again.
I think that was a pretty safe and kind of made sense. I think it was pretty obvious to think the bridge was switching in for the Pelipper there, only because, right, like, you want to preserve the Focus Sash, and also Archaludon loves these two Pokemon on the field. Please give me more stamina boost because you're just going to hit me less. And now putting the Pelipper in the back kind of saves yourself for when this Charizard comes back. You're going to get a free weather win as long as you can get one more knockout here. But we're not seeing a knockout. We're seeing Trick Room. Really nice adaptation from Ophelia here, Talon. Now you're saying to yourself, I know how slow my Pokemon are. And yeah, maybe the Incen's a little bit slower, but that Aerodactyl and Charizard do not want to operate under Trick Room right now.
They do not want to operate. Now, this Incineroar does have the advantage over this Chimecho because Chimecho, it only has Psychic as an attacking move. This Incineroar is completely immune to this Chimecho, and Aerodactyl, it has only Rock Slide and Dual Wing Beat, which these two Steel types, they love to see. But conversely, this Chimecho, Cage, it has access to Heal Pulse. This Archaludon can go back to full HP right now.
And honestly, I think if I'm Ophelia, that's what I'm clicking. If I'm not clicking protect, which I think is safe, sure, yes, click the protect maybe. You know, if you can KO this instant, the name of the game right now, right, if you're Ophelia, is you got to get one more KO because then you guarantee weather. And so I think that's a pretty safe play. I would have loved to see the heal post, like you said. Ooh, instant lives. Wow.
A huge survival there. Shaladon.
Yeah, our Chaladon just absolutely just missing on the KO. I can see why you didn't Electroshot. You don't, you know, they were probably saying in case if Charizard switches in, but I don't think Charizard wants to switch in here, right, Town? Like, you need Charizard to wait until you get some KOs, because if Charizard switches in, you just switch in Pelipper the next turn. So I think you probably could have gotten away with an Electroshot there. I think even if Charizard did switch in, you just switch to Pelipper in next turn, right? And then you're all of a sudden you're saying, okay, so Pelipper's now switched in here. You know, I will get the Electroshot this next turn, and with Garchomp gone, it's going to KO whatever I'm clicking it into. Dragon Pulse safe, but now you've kind of got to figure it out because you can't double protect here if you're Chimecho, so I think you kind of have to let the Chimecho die, Talon, right? Just so you can guarantee get a KO and then win the Weather War. Oh!
You're going to see the Chimecho switch out here, and back comes out Meowscarada. But Aerodactyl comes out as well, and in comes the Charizard. And we are going to see Incineroar attack first, as Incineroar was slower than this Archaudon. It's a Darkness Lariat into the Meowscarada switch in. Meowscarada not very effective. But more importantly, Dragon Pulse comes out. Incineroar is knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Patches is trying their best to stall out this Trick Room, but I just think this Archaudon has looked so good into this matchup, Talon. The Dragon Pulse is so safe. I think the switching into Meowscarada is fine too, especially with Trick Room. This game isn't going to go long enough where Meowscarada is really going to contribute too much. And like we were saying, this is Ophelia's win con. You got to get him down to two. You got to get Patches down to 2 Pokemon, so now you're guaranteeing the weather, right? This is a pretty safe protect. Switch in Pelipper, honestly, because then you can even preserve the Meowscarada just in case this goes past Trick Room, so you do have that speed control. Rain's going to come up, Patches can't do anything to stop that, and then you get a little bit of leftovers recovery, and then you're kind of free to just keep clicking Electroshot, and I think that's what we're going to see Ophelia do here, Talon.
We're going to see the Pelipper come back out here, guarantee the rain is in Ophelia's favor. Electroshot comes out, there's no protect on the Aerodactyl or the Charizard here, and the special attack is going to raise. Where did this Electroshot target though? It's going to go into the Charizard, and Charizard, a one-hit knockout.
Yeah, that felt pretty safe, and honestly, I apologize, I don't even think Archaudon never needed to protect because Trick Room up, you're always going to go first. I think, you know, Pat just was kind of in a tough position as soon as they lost the weather. Maybe they could have protected the Charizard, saying, hey, this is such an obvious Electroshock because Aerodactyl's never beating the Arch. And then maybe you just get a, you know, Rock Slide KO potentially, and or maybe a Dual Wing Beat, but these steel types on Ophelia's side are just so strong, and it's looking like we're going to see a 2-0, but a Chimecho going to 3-0, Talon. What a great start to this bracket for Ophelia right now.
With that Flash Cannon from this Archaudon, bringing Aerodactyl down to its Focus Sash. The special defense drop as well, and this will allow Weather Ball to come out from Pelipper in the Battle of the Skies. The Pelican defeats the Pterodactyl, and Ophelia is 3-0.
I'm safe assumption here, Talent. I don't think the special defense drop mattered on that Weather Ball roll. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know, that 1 HP. I think we were good no matter what.
It would have been close. I mean, there's always a possibility that, you know, another crazy survival there. Maybe we could have seen a Focus Band instead of a Focus Sash.
Yes, for sure. But great showing by Ophelia. We didn't really, you know, the Mega Chimecho was really good in game 2, at least getting that Trick Room up. I thought that was actually a great angle from Ophelia there. I think if Trick Room didn't come up, the Charizard could have potentially been a little bit more threatening just because you lose that speed control. But just getting the big damage on the Garchomp, I like the Garchomp angle Pat just took there, but you took so much damage onto your instant, like we said, and then you took so much in return with that Dragon Pulse. It was really tough to break. While we were hoping to see the Chimecho, we got it, but it was the other steel type we're very used to, Talon, that stole the show, right?
It definitely stole the show, but it also helped out that Ophelia got that trick room up in game 2, trying to bait the tailwind on Pat Jess's side. And there was no tailwind. Trick room just came up and it put Ophelia in such a great position there.
Yeah, really good position. I also did like the Meowscarada. I felt like the Meowscarada was like sneaky kind of good. Yeah, it kind of had to get sacked game 1 just to reset weather, which was helpful, right? That was an important turn there. But I really liked the Meowscarada in game 2. That U-turn was really nice damage. And again, just the almost the defensive synergy it had, where it was able to switch into any hits Chimecho doesn't want to take, especially with rain up, right? And then also being able to then kind of get a U-turn off or threaten really powerful attacks onto the other team. We didn't see Meowscarada necessarily get super enabled, but I see the vision here that Ophelia had with the team. I think it's a really nice piece with the 6 they have.
I agree entirely there, Cage. And again, congratulations to Ophelia moving to 3-0 with a Chimecho. We have the chimes. All we're missing is James.
Yes. Now I believe there's quite a bit of folks we had. I think over 200 people, I think, signed up for this bracket here. So a long day of Swiss to go where, just kind of getting the tires started here. But, starting 3-0 is a great way to keep your confidence up and to keep the ball rolling. Hopefully we see more of Mega Chimecho and Ophelia. I mean, Talon, I think this is the only Mega Chimecho team in bracket today, right?
I believe you're right there, Cage.
Nice.
And for it to be one of... I'm actually going to pull up the metagame. And yes, it is the only Chimecho.
Nice. Yeah, that's very, very cool. So to be 3-0 right, that is there. And if you're Pat Jess to hold your head up high, you are still 2-1. The bracket, like we said, long bracket to go. We have seen plenty people on online tours talent and even at big regionals start even 0-1, 0-2 and climb themselves up from the climb to get to that, top cut. So Pat Jess, you are not out of it yet. You have a very nice team. Just unfortunate when you run into a chime and a bridge together. We're going to see that. I wish we saw Sunny Dan Farigiraf too, Talon. I think you were right. I think that actually was a great angle Pat Jess could have taken, because I don't know if Ophelia could have bursted the Farigiraf down fast enough. Maybe Meowscarada knockoff plus Dragon Pulse could have done it, but if you're knockoffing with Meowscarada, you're not electroshotting, so that's a neutral Dragon Pulse, and a lot of these Archaludons are not investing a lot in special attack because of the boost Electroshot gets. So I'm wondering if maybe Farigiraf could have been a more interesting angle there to guarantee you keep your weather.
It would have been very interesting there, Cage, but that just showcases how good Ophelia was with their team, just playing around the threat of the Sun mode on Pat Jess's side and the threat of Trick Room on the Mimikyu and the Farigiraf there. Just goes to show you, when you know your team, that's when it really works out for our trainers here. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break here before round 4, so don't go anywhere. We will be back.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, to our SpearPillar Champions Tour number 3. We are getting set for our round 4 of Swiss. It is the halfway point, and Cage, I think this is going to be one of our best matches ever that we're just going to get right into it. We can't even wait for it for you guys. We might be seeing something that is super cool here, Cage.
Yeah, we have had some back-to-back bangers, talent, some really, really unique teams. Getting into it, we got...
And we're about to get here for round 4.
That is a Conkelter and a Talonflame talent on Round Fella's team, and we're going to look over there to Yuki Heroes. You may have seen them on a little bit of an intermission slide. We've got the Gengar, we've got the Ninetales. You're going to see some Encore, you're going to see some Disable Talon, but first right now, we got to see, does Round Fella want to stay in on the Shadow Tag? And it looks like yes.
Is going to stay in, and there's Mega Gengar coming out onto the field and activating the Shadow Tag ability into both this Kingambit and the Mega Floette, the Eternal Flower Floette. Gengar will protect itself here, and Floette will also protect itself here. Where did this Kingambit target, though? Nothing.
Nowhere,
is going to protect as well.
So it is worth noting here that the Rotom is not scarfed. It is Citrus Berry. So, you know, I guess it's still scouting out what it wants to do. Looks like we kind of saw Rotom's move choice here. But now the thing I'm a little worried about here, Talon, is this Gengar does have Sludge Bomb, right? And yes, we all know Mega Floette has some great special bulk. I'd like to think it can probably take one Sludge Bomb, considering these Gengars usually aren't super special attack invested. But what is the Floette really looking to do here? You know, you probably want to attack into this Rotom slot, but if the Rotom wisps this Kingambit, you're heavily neutralizing it.
You're absolutely right here, as we are going to see Mega Floette activate here, and Mega Floette will activate the Fairy Aura. This is going to do big damage into Rotom, as Gengar is going to go for Disable into the Kingambit. Kingambit can no longer protect, but Floette is going to go for the Moonblast into this Rotom with the Fairy Aura, and Rotom will survive it on 45 HP before its Citrus Berry activates, and Volt Switch is the move of choice.
Interesting here. Now, I have to imagine it might be Ninetales coming out, although I don't really know now, because Kingambit is going to get an attack off. We only disabled. Yeah, it's Aegislash coming out here. This is really interesting talent, because I feel like this Kingambit can just click Kowtow Cleave, and it does. We're going to see a one-hit knockout on the Gengar. Shadow Tag is offline. Rotom is taking quite a bit of HP. Really interesting positioning here from Yuki Hero, and I'm loving where Round Fella's feeling right now.
I am as well, because now we have a Aegislash out on the field for Yuki, and this Aegislash, it does have access to Sacred Sword, which would be extremely effective into Kingambit, but this Kingambit is also holding a Chople Berry and would make the Sacred Sword, even though Sacred Sword extremely effective into Kingambit, Chople Berry would lower that damage by 50%.
Yeah, so I think the Kingambit would take a Sacred Sword here. It's not stab, right? So I think with the Chople Berry, I think you have a pretty decent chance to take it. But now, you know, the Rotom is in the back, and the Rotom's going to die to either move from the Floette or the Kingambit. The Floette's feeling pretty good right now. You know, you do have no Steel move on the Aegislash, so not really any super effective hits here. And we're just going to see Floette protect, which is really interesting talent, because this Ninetales does have Encore. Okay, and we're going to see it. We're going to see a Blizzard go off, any freeze, and also it's worth noting, is that enough chip where Sacred Sword still gets a KO? The Kowtow Cleave going into the Colbur Berry Aegislash. It should eat this up pretty well in shield form, and it eats it up awesome in shield form here. And now let us see, is this going to be a Sacred Sword into the Kingambit talent? Where is the move select? It's Poltergeist, and we're going into the Protect. All right,
we are going to see the Aegislash go into its blade form here, and Floette will take no damage here based on that Aegislash. But now Aegislash is in a perfect position to go for something like a King's Shield, and this Kingambit would lower its attack stat.
Yeah, so but the thing is with Defiant, right? So you're lowering it, but you're really getting it +1. Like if I'm the King Gambit, Cowtown feels good, but the one thing like kind of with last term is you have to keep in mind is how much Blizzard chip is enough where the Choppleberry isn't going to matter. Like you said, it is 4 times super effective. It's going to do a lot to the King Gambit, and I worry if you're under half it do too much, but with speed interactions, we see the King Gambit is faster, so kind of the nice thing, right, is King Gambit is going to move first flow out. You have to switch out, right, Talon? Again, this is encore food times a million if you stay in.
Yep, and Basket Legion comes out here. Sucker Punch will come out, and because Aegislash is in its blade form, the defenses is not enough, and King Gambit knocks out Aegislash.
Wow, that's really interesting. I feel like you didn't have to sucker there since you were faster. If you sucker, right, you almost put yourself in a tricky position where it could have been King Shield plus Encore, and now all of a sudden the King Gambit isn't really doing too much because you can kind of position your Aegislash around. Regardless, Aegislash getting taken down, and Yuki Hero's down to the last 2 Pokemon with the Rotom that's already consumed its Citrus Berry. Basket Legion looking pretty strong for an endgame here, especially with Floette in the back. You know, we haven't gotten to see the Conkeldurr or Chandelure, but it looks like Roundfella really has shown we don't have to. And Freeze Dry, it is eating that up. That is a bulky Basket Legion talent.
And that was a critical hit, too. Basket Legion will survive. Wave Crash, the move of choice, into this Alola Ninetales. Brought down all the way to its Focus Sash. But the Basket Legion with the recoil damage thanks to that critical hit, it's going to be knocked out.
Yeah, I don't know if you really needed Basket Legion anymore at this point anyways, so that knockout, you know, unfortunate, but I think that Roundfell is finding themselves in a pretty good position. Volt Switch not even going to do enough there, doesn't, you know, just trying to get some chip. Kowtow Cleave just feels like a pretty safe end game here, and we're gonna see it, Talon. The shiny Conkeldurr hits the field.
We got the Conkeldurr out on the field. This is massive.
I think Roundfella probably already has this game here, but I am excited to just see some Mach Punches galore. Sucker Punch into what I presume is the Ninetales here. Interesting, but doesn't really matter because Mach Punch getting it done anyways. Now, if you're Yuki Hero Talon, how do you adjust, right? Gengar didn't feel terrible there, but I feel like you kind of left yourself a little too open to getting Kowtow cleaved. So where do you really go for this game 2? How do you really kind of put Roundfell on the back burner so they don't just lead Gambit and Floette again?
This will be very interesting for Yuki Hero, as we do see the forfeit has been chosen, and with that, Roundfellow is gonna win game 1 here, and that was absolutely incredible. The fact that King Gambit was not encored into Sucker Punch, the fact that it was able to go for those Kowtow Cleaves for just massive damage into the Gengar. And it just showcases that Mega Gengar right now, this is the biggest threat to it. If you don't have it burned, if you don't have a fire type, if you don't have a fighting type on your team, it is very difficult for Mega Gengar to knock out a King Gambit. But it's also important to note that Yuki Hero has that Incineroar. And Incineroar in front of a King Gambit, not usually the best matchup there.
Yeah, not the best. It is interesting because it is Shuka Berry, so because of that, unlike with the last round, we're a little more safer to click Earthquake if we lead Garchomp instant. However, like you said, with that Defiant boost, it's a little scary. You know, you can also just double protect if you're Roundfella there on any kind of fake out. So I agree with you. I don't really know if instant's the angle you like. I feel like Garchomp is such a great answer to the Gambit, but we kind of see Roundfella respecting that with bringing the Floette, right? Saying, hey, if you want to try to check my King Gambit, your Garchomp is not going to want to take any moves from this Floette, and you're not going to get a KO fast enough on me. I'm curious to see kind of maybe if we see an Aegislash lead, we can kind of know Aegislash can live 1 hit from Gambit, but then kind of what are you doing in return, right? And we are going to see it's just going to be a repeat from game 1 Talon, Rotom and Gengar, and King Gambit Floette. What do we think? Are we going to see a similar game 1 turn ones, or do we think that there's going to be slight adaptation?
This is going to be very interesting on both our trainers here. As the Gengar, you can switch out, probably predicting a Sucker Punch from this King Gambit or another Kowtow Cleave. But if you bring in someone like this Alola Ninetales, it does have access to Encore. You can Encore either the Floette or the King Gambit into a Protect, and that would actually turn one of these 2 Pokemon off immediately.
Yeah, I think I would have loved to see that. I think you're 100% right. I think what Yukihiro could have angled here for is exactly what you said. You know, call out the double protect because it's so safe for round fella. Hard switch out your Rotom. Bring the Ninetales that we know in the back, and now instead of disabling the King Gambit, you just encore it. Encore it into protect. You don't have to worry, and then you have the powerful Sludge Bomb into Floette, and yeah, Floette's going to be able to do some damage to the other side of the field, but Gengar with chipping it down, you're basically just neutralizing this King Gambit to the end. I'm imagining we're going to see... Oh, no protect on Floette, Talon.
We're going to see Sludge Bomb into this Floette, bring it down to 23 HP, and get the poison!
Ooh.
A big poison there as Floette going for that Moon Blast into the Rotom once again, bringing Rotom down to just 33 HP before Citrus Berry brings it up to 72. Rotom will go for Will-O-Wisp into the King Gambit, and Floette with the poison lives on 5!
Wow, that's a huge lift. And again, Yukihiro just being a little too aggressive into the King Gambit. You know, I think Protect from King Gambit is just such a safe play these turn ones because you're not threatened by the Gengar in the slightest. And, you know, again, you just don't want to be burned, right? Let your Floette basically chunk down this Rotom, because now what's going to happen here is, you know, the Rotom's going to move after the Floette, right, Talon? So you're kind of playing a little bit of cat and mouse. Like, you could click Will-O-Wisp into Gambit because the Gengar could kill the Floette fast enough again, but you're going to end up still taking a Kowtow, and even burn, that's a lot of damage into Gengar. We're just going to see Gengar protect, though, maybe trying to say, I need this Floette off the field.
Definitely need this Floette off the field. Rotom will protect itself, trying to avoid any damage on this turn, as King Gambit will go for Sucker Punch here, and it will fail. And Moonblast going back into this Rotom wash. No damage, but the poison will take out Mega Floette.
Yeah, Mega Floette is out now. So now, you know, Round Fella is going to have to decide who they bring in. I could see the Basculegion coming in only because you are given the option to switch out. But no, it's the Conkeldurr, which is so interesting because we know its moves. It's Mach Punch, Drain Punch, Thunder Punch, Protect. Yeah, you know, you do have Thunder Punch into both slots. And with Iron Fist, it's nice, but you're not really getting a ton of super effective hits off or really a ton of mileage. It'll be interesting to see what happens here because this is not Guts Conkeldurr, Talon. You are susceptible to a burn from this, you know, Rotom, and you know now you've kind of got to figure out here what if you're Yukihiro, which target do you prioritize? Because I think it's still the Gambit, right?
I think so, because this King Gambit is threatening this Gengar incredibly with the Kowtow Cleave and the Sucker Punch, and we are going to see Gengar switch out here, and in comes that Alolan Ninetales once again for Yukihiro, activating its Snow Warning ability. Will-O-Wisp from this Rotom will go into the King Gambit, and King Gambit is now burned. Its attack stat has been halved. And King Gambit goes for the Kowtow Cleave into this Alolan Ninetales. Not going to be very effective and lowered power with the burn, but more importantly, the sash has been broken, and Drain Punch will finish off this Conkeldurr.
Okay, Conkeldurr, here we go. You know, I think one thing that's a little bit scary now if you're Round Fella is maybe the Encore Disable into Conkeldurr is online, but I think burned, this Gambit is still looking really good. The Ninetales and Gengar just can't damage it. I think if you were Round Fella, you could have maybe called the Gengar switch. It seemed like it could have made a decent bit of sense there and just Iron-Headed the, you know, the Ninetales slot, because again, the Gengar can't touch you, so even if it stays in, you're just clicking an Iron Head, and all Gengar can do is disable Iron Head, which is fine. Ends up going for the Kowtow. You break the Ninetales and Sash, but I think now if you're Yukihiro, you have to try to deal with the Gengar, or the Gambit. I'm not too worried about this Conkeldurr into what's on the field right now. Makes sense.
Gonna encore this King Gambit. King Gambit is locked in the Kowtow Cleave, but disable on the Gengar is going to put this King Gambit into struggle mode.
Yeah, really good positioning by Yukihiro. I think the switching into Ninetales last turn to set this up made a lot of sense. Again, you pretty much, if you're Round Fella, you have to call that and just go for Iron Head, which it's a tough call to make, but, you know, regardless, now we are locked in. Sucker Punch is online still, Talon, but here's the other thing, right? Round Fella is now, oh, good Mach Punch, because I was going to say, you can just get Encore disabled on the comp now, and you're in an even tougher spot. At the very least, now you're getting damage off, right? Like, now you can at least say, okay, I can slowly start whittling away this Ninetales.
See the Encore disable strategy, disable the Mach Punch, And King Gambit, no moves left. Here's the struggle into the Alolan Ninetales, but look at all of that recoil damage.
I think this is going to take a few turns here, Talon, but I think Yukihiro really positioned this Ninetales and Gengar in perfectly. They're both trapped on the Gambit and Conkeldurr, and they're both just going to keep struggling right now. Blizzard is going to do enough where, again, it's going to take a few turns, Talon, but I think eyes are on Game 3 right now, no?
I think so, because here comes this Shadow Ball into the King Gambit, brings it down to just 32 HP. And King Gambit with no moves left, another struggle randomly going into the Gengar, but the recoil knocks out King Gambit.
So, interesting, because I think what we're going to see is we're going to see the Bask in the back. I think Yukihiro still has this for sure. Yeah, especially if we see Aegislash, it should be fine, because I was going to say maybe Basculegion could go for something, like maybe you can Aqua Jet the Gengar. I don't think so. I think we're seeing a Game 3 here, Talon. I just think at this point, this duo, I mean, this is a duo that top cut the Festival just a few weeks ago. This pairing with the Encore Disable is so strong when synced up, right? So now, Talon, I think if you're round fella, I don't hate the Conkeldurr brink here, but I think you just need to kind of consciously keep in mind how to stop this Disable Encore stuff happening.
You're gonna see Blizzard come out and knock out this Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr will be knocked out, and all that's left is this Basculegion, but the Shadow Ball coming out from this Mega Gengar, and Basculegion will be knocked out, and Yukihiro has forced a Game 3 in this round 4 best-of-3 set.
Yeah, really, really good change up there from Yukihiro on just how you played that mid game. I mean, honestly, kind of kept the early game pretty, cut and dry, same from game 1. But I think that switch into Ninetales was just really, really smart. I think if you're round fella now, that's at least something you have to consider and think. But this is where the VGC mind games come into play, right? So now round fella is kind of understanding, listen, this is how Yukihiro beats my Gambit. Is kind of putting my Gambit in an awkward position when Ninetales hits the field. So again, I have to almost respect that and maybe kind of keep Ironhead in check. But if you're Yukihiro, right, Talon, you know this. So you can be like, okay, this game, maybe he goes for Ironhead here. I'm going to stay in and just keep targeting the other slot. So really a lot to consider if you're both players. I think the 4 they brought felt good, Talon, but do you think there's anything Roundfella could bring into this Game 3 to kind of give themselves a slightly better matchup?
Looking at Roundfella's team, we have seen the Eternal Flower Floette and the King Gambit lead both games. I'm actually really curious if Roundfella would be so wise as to risk the Eternal Flower and go for a Light of Ruin. But we're going to get into Game 3 right now, and there is a switch up on Roundfella's side. Chandelure!
Yeah, Chandelure is on the field. Very interesting. I thought about the Chandelure for a minute, but I just think with the Rotom, it's such a scary bring because you're going to die to a double up here. Maybe they're angling for a Trick Room, but again, you take a double up and you're just not in a good spot. I agree with you, Talon. I would have loved to see Floette come out and say, I am going to just Light of Ruin your Rotom, clear a slot on the board, make it a 4v3, and kind of go from there. I would have loved to see that, but we don't. We see the Chandelure now. Do we think this is a Trick Room angle, Talon, or do we think this is maybe a bait and switch?
This would be very interesting if it is a Trick Room mode here, because this Wash Rotom does have access to Hydro Pump, which is super effective into the Chandelure, but this Chandelure does have access to the Focus Sash item. So if there's a double up from this Gengar and Wash Rotom, this Chandelure would go down before ever doing any damage. As we are going to see, though, the Gengar is Mega Evolving for the 3rd consecutive game.
Yeah, what I'm worried about too, Talon, right now is you don't even need to Hydro Pump. You can just
Sucker Punch
into Gengar.
And Gengar lives!
Wow, great live. I was going to say, you can just Shadow Ball Volt Switch. You don't need to Hydro Pump. Because now what you're doing is you're going to Volt Switch into the Ninetales, and you have your trap online with the Pokemon dead. I'm thinking that's what we're about to see Yukihiro go for, but that Sucker Punch is huge. Oh, and the Rotom is stronger or faster than the Chandelure here, Talon. We're going to see this Gengar alive, and I think we're seeing a Ninetales come out here.
This would be absolutely massive if that happens, but it's also important to note that while the King Gambit is locked in on the field thanks to the Shadow Tag of this Mega Gengar, there is a 3rd Pokemon that is going to be revealed, and Aegislash is the third Pokemon, not bringing out the Alolan Ninetales.
Interesting bring the Aegislash out. Okay, I kind of like that. I'm assuming that Yukihiro here was maybe calling this Conkeldurr saying, okay, I'm assuming you honestly, I don't think that Roundfell brought a Mega. I think it's Basculegion in the back still. So I think Yukihiro kind of acknowledging that is saying, listen, I don't think there's a Mega on your team. I'm going to bring out Aegislash and basically tell this Conkeldurr to eat sand, right? I mean, very, very cool Pokemon now, but you're forced to just click Thunder Punch into these two Pokemon. However, the Gengar's pretty low, and you can't Encore and Disable, right? So it's kind of a situation here where the trap isn't online, so I think the King Gambit still feels like it's in a decent spot here, Talon, no?
Well, we're going to see the Conkeldurr protect itself here, trying to avoid any damage as Disable comes out on the King Gambit. So King Gambit cannot go for Sucker Punch anymore, but it's Kowtow Cleave into this Aegislash with the Cobra Berry and the Shield Form, so this will not be doing
any damage.
As much damage,
no, nothing.
But it will bring Aegislash down.
Who'd they click into, Talon? It's the Conkeldurr again! Just like game one, this is a huge turn for Roundfella. The Poltergeist not, or I should say, the Aegislash not going into King Gambit. And again, just like that game one, Roundfella getting a turn for free here. Disable on the Sucker Punch is fine, because you are just free to keep clicking Kowtow. How are you, if you're Yukihiro Town, how do you adjust here? Because, yeah, I think this has to be Ninetales, right?
Oh, Rotom! Rotom! It's Rotom coming back out again. Sludge Bomb coming out from this Gengar into Conkeldurr, bringing it down to 79 HP. Kowtow Cleave going into this Rotom, bringing it down to 96 HP. And Thunder Punch coming out to knock out Mega Gengar, which will turn off the Encore Disable strategy.
Yeah, that's a really, again, that Poltergeist going into Conkeldurr there is really tough. I think it's hard. I think you had to try to Sacred Sword the King Gambit there. I think you had to keep it honest, because this King Gambit is looking great into this endgame. You can still burn it, yes, but it's at full HP, and honestly, I think it can pretty freely keep clicking Kowtow, right? Like, you don't have this strategy online. You can't Encore Disable at this point. So now you can Encore, but how much is that really doing considering what Yukihiro's Pokemon left are?
I think you're right here. And this Alolan Ninetales, it only has Ice-type moves in front of this King Gambit, which would be not very effective. And the King Gambit with Iron Head, extremely effective into this Alolan Ninetales. But this King Gambit, there is still the threat of an Encore potentially. And this King Gambit would be Encored into Kowtow Cleave. Ninetales going to protect itself, trying to avoid that cow, but it's going to be a Will-O-Wisp going into the King Gambit.
Okay, this is Yukihiro's start. I think this is what you have to do. You have to somehow neutralize this King Gambit a little bit. Smart play, I agree. Go into the Kowtow to the Rotom. I think that's a lot more scarier right now than the Ninetales. Citrus Berry activated. Don't forget, no Float here, so it never took that hit, in a Drain Punch into the Ninetales. I like that as well, Talon, because now if it was Mach Punch, you could always kind of Encore that and it'd feel a little awkward. Drain Punch is nice because, you know, if you Encore you're going to take recovery, and I think the Conkeldurr is looking alright. However, this Rotom being faster now, what is your move of choice of your Rotom? Do you click Hydro Pump? I mean, a Mist doesn't feel great. Do you click Volt Switch? But then you're bringing your Aegislash in to take a hit. It really doesn't want to. I'm interested to see where the Rotom kind of options to go here, because I don't know if you want to burn the Conkeldurr either, but we're going to see a Blizzard first, Talon.
We're going to see a Blizzard, and Conkeldurr lives on 7 HP!
Okay, Hydro Pump into the Gambit. Conkeldurr's going to get a hit off here. Talon, is this Drain Punch? Because I think if it is, it's a
Iron
really
Head
good
on
fire.
King Gambit, and the Ninetales down to 15 HP! And Conkeldurr with the Drain Punch into the Alolan Ninetales, the double up!
Yeah, I think the double was going to... Look how much that Iron Head did, Talon, with the burn, with Snow Defense boost. Gambit said, I don't care. You can minimize my damage all you want. It does not matter. And now Sucker Punch is online, which honestly is pretty nice, because you're at least still threatening the Aegis Slash a little bit here. You don't want to take another Hydro Pump if you're King Gambit. Basket Legion, again, is what I presume to be in the back. I think Yukihiro could still potentially win this one. Conkeldurr took a lot from Blizzard Town, way more than I thought it would.
It definitely did. I didn't anticipate Conkeldurr surviving that turn. And honestly, if Rotom would have been knocked out there, this would have been even better for Roundfellow there. Now you have this Aegis Slash in its shield form, and this King Gambit is burned. So even without the Colbur Berry, I wonder if this Aegis Slash can knock out the King Gambit here.
I think right now, if you're Roundfellow, you have to sack the Conkeldurr. You have to protect King Gambit, let Conkeldurr die. I mean, like, Mach Punch the road, I'm sure, get a little bit of chip here. Yeah, because this, I think that makes sense too, because you're dead to a Hydro Pump. But now the problem is, you protect the Conkeldurr, because I was going to say, you kind of want to make it where you're potentially in a Bass Gambit endgame. Sucker Punch into the Rotom, sure, that's fine. Conkeldurr can't really beat this Aegis Slash, though, and we're going to lose the Gambit. Really interesting turn here from Roundfellow. I mean, maybe it's not the Bask in the back. If we see the Floette here in the back, I think well played from Roundfellow, and it is the Floette! Wow!
Oh my goodness, it's the Floette! So now, this Mega Floette, there is the potential of the damage into this Aegis Slash, and also this Aegis Slash on Yukihiro's side cage. There's no Iron Head.
Yeah, there's none. I mean, Poltergeist is still a good move, but I think now you kind of have to Shadow Sneak the Conk, which is awkward because you're putting yourself into sword form. I don't think because if this Conk gets a Thunder Punch, listen, Iron Fist in this Conk is strong. I think that's going to be enough trip onto the Aegis Slash where Moonblast will KO it. You think that this is probably going into the Rotom? I think there's a lot of different angles both these players could pick here. I think Conkeldurr protecting last turn is really awkward because you are pretty susceptible to a Shadow Sneak. But again, do you want to answer that? Yep, Rotom protects. Do we see a Shadow Sneak here, Talon?
We're gonna see.
No,
it's a
like
Light of Ruin into the Aegis Slash, and
That's
Aegis
gonna
Slash
KO.
103
No.
down to 36 HP, and Floette will take recoil damage. Aegis Slash gets into its blade form here, goes for Poltergeist into the Floette with the Floette Eye. Can this Floette live?
No.
It doesn't.
Wow, really good there. A great survive. I mean, it is resisted. It wasn't shield form. The Thunder Punch going to get this knockout. But unfortunately, I think even a Volt Switch is KOing this Conkeldurr. And Roundfellow fought as hard as they could, but really good end game there from Yukihiro. I think just being able to slowly kind of basically choosing the protects correctly and forcing, Roundfellow to not get a lot of damage. Not enough. Yeah, not enough. Oh, great set here, Talon.
My goodness, what a set there.
Really good. I think the Chandelure was a tough bring. I'm interested to kind of... I'm curious as to what Roundfellow was thinking there. I think you're right, and it was more of a Trick Room angle based on the Pokemon we saw them bring there, but just so susceptible to that one-hit knockout turn one, really just going down a Pokemon that felt really tough. Gambit did all it could, and Gambit gave them a really good fighting chance. I thought, really kept them in this, just really smart plays. And at the end of the day, Aegis Slash and Rotom able to just clean up for Yukihiro. They are going to 4-0.
That they are. Congratulations to Yukihiro moving on to 4-0. And Roundfellow, they played as well as they could in that matchup. It was just so nice to actually see the Chandelure, though.
Yeah, it was good. It was nice to see the Chandelure. Would have loved to see it, maybe get a move off or do something, but Shiny Chandelure is a beautiful Pokemon, and it was really cool. Again, just to see these unique Pokemon. Conkeldurr honestly did a lot too, Talon. I felt like Conkeldurr was a pretty good bring into that, considering 2 of Yukihiro's 4 Pokemon were Ghost types, right? So, honestly, really respected just the damage that Conkeldurr can do with Iron Fist, because those Thunder Punches were really meaningful.
Absolutely there, Cade. Congratulations to Yukihiro. They are now 2 wins away from clinching top cut. We're going to take a short break before round 5 here, ladies and gentlemen. So go get some water, and we will see you guys with round 5.
Hello everyone, welcome to round number 5 of the SpearPillar Champions Tour number 3. I'm joined here by the real Cage. How you doing, Cage?
Here's we are making our way through bracket round 5 out of, I believe, 8 rounds of Swiss, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a long one today.
People are slowly we're close to getting some top cuts, right? We're close to getting people to kind of moving on to that next phase. The magic number is 6 here for this tournament, right, Smoke? So kind of we're a game away, a round away, and it's really exciting to kind of see what this round 5 is. And I'm gonna be honest, we have had some really interesting teams this tournament on stream today.
Yeah, it seems like the whole MA format has created some unique teams, and the metagame just constantly is shifting week to week. Last week we were seeing Mega Sharpedo, a Mega Starmie. I mean, we saw a ton of variety on stream. This week, we see Mega Kaimeko on stream. I mean, you can't really ask for much more in terms of variety there.
No, we saw Conkeldurr last round. I even think there was, at least in a BRB, we did see a Mega Starmie earlier in the tournament, but this round 5 here, Smoke, we have Mega Drampa on one of our teams today. So kind of keeping with this unique trend of megas, everyone's kind of splashing in who they think might be unique, right? Which is great to finally see, to see some diversity from the top dogs here. But it looks like we have Shake versus Inge here. And kind of as they're getting ready for these teams, Shake the one with the Mega Drampa now, Smoke. We got Mega Drampa and Mega Scovillain, so there is a 2 Mega team here, paired with your Sneasler, Focus Sash, Basculegion, Farigiraf, and Leftovers Primarina with the Combine. Seems like a pretty good Trick Room team to me, with maybe a little bit of a fast core in the Sneasler Basculegion now.
Yeah, no, it'll be really interesting to see kind of how both players approach this. Again, for me, as someone who is still kind of learning all these new megas and what they do, if I was looking down at a Mega Drampa, I'd kind of be shaken a little bit, just because for me it would be of a lack of understanding. But hopefully Inge here has a little bit of a better plan than I would going into that match. It seems that Inge has the Mega Scovillain, a Pokemon that we've become all too familiar with through the regulation MA format. Just an absolute menace, burning everything in its path, having damage. I mean, Scovillain, if you see that thing across from
it does
it. It's too good. It's too good, and we're gonna say it every week until it's nerfed. It's broken. It's too good.
Yeah. And it's really interesting too, because Inge's Scovillain actually is Flamethrower, not Overheat. So they're kind of opting to not want to take the special attack drops, which makes you think they want to attack more. And we are getting off into this game 1. We're going to see the Primarina and the Scovillain on Shake's side, and then the Como and Scovillain on Inge's side here, Smoke. We talked about this before the stream started. We were hyping up the Mega Drampa, and I just knew we would end up seeing a Scovillain mirror here. I do like the Como lead from Inge, right, Smoke? So I think the one way you beat the Como, or the one way you beat the Drampa, or at least make him respect it, is with this fighting and dragon type. But we're going to get right into it, and I think we're going to see a double Mega Evolution here now.
Yeah, the Mega Scovillain, as you know, Spicy Spray, is going to start burning everything on the other side of the field. And as you predicted correctly, we have a double Mega Evolution here. 2 Spicy Sprayers on the field. Double Mega Scovillain action going down. Como is going to go for the Clangorous Soul. We're going to see the all of its stats raise up here at some sacrifice of some HP. Scovillain going for the Overheat that misses, crucial there. And on Inge's side, Scovillain going for that Leech Seed, able to land on the Primarina. And Primarina lastly going for a Calm Mind to try and set up some extra defense here and do some extra damage output.
That was so greedy from Inge's side, but I really love it because it worked out in the end. Just saying, I don't think you're gonna Moonblast me. You have to respect Rage Powder, so I think maybe you might Calm Mind or what have you, and it ends up working. And now both of these special attackers are set up here. But the Scovillains on the other side, I mean, that's what they do, right? So now we have to worry about Rage Powder shenanigans. At the very least, it looks like Como on Inge's side might be a little bit safer, considering that, Scovillain on his side is probably going to want to take these Moonblast and Hyper Voices a little bit better now.
Yeah, with Scovillain going for that Rage Powder too, just basically giving the Como a free shot to do whatever it wants. It's going for that Aura Sphere, which is going to result in it getting burned from the opposing Scovillain Spicy Spray. We're going to see an Overheat come out. This time it does connect. going to lower the special attack of Shake's Scovillain while some damage is taken away. And it's a double up into Inge's Scovillain, and it's not enough to pick up the knockout. So we got
enough. Yeah, looks like we got just barely hanging on. Now, Smoke, do you know? I don't remember this. Does Soundproof block Moonblast or no?
Ooh,
no, right?
I don't think so. I could be wrong. Again, not the greatest expert, but if I'm not mistaken, I don't think it affects it.
Okay, because I think it does block Hyper Voice, so that's why I was a little curious.
Gotcha.
Now I'm like, I think the Primarina can kill it. But I think it's very interesting now, because now what do you just double click Rage Powder here? I mean, I think both Scovillains are looking like they're going to be facing knockouts if you Rage Powder. So is there an angle that they can take, or do you think they're both comfortable just losing these Megas turn 3?
That's a good question. I honestly don't think they want either of their Megas to go down here. Again, primarily being, as you can see in the back there for both players, we got a lot of physical attackers on the, in the back four. So losing that Scovillain early kind of rejects that spicy spray from doing what it's supposed to do. So we got a double protect out from Inge's side here. We're also going to see Shake follow up with a protect as well on his Scovillain and a Moonblast from Primarina into the Como-O slot.
Yeah, I like this, right? Build up some more leftovers, but also you're crucially getting more leech seed recovery here, which is nice, because now you're maybe hoping to live another Moonblast. I don't know if you will. I don't remember the exact amount of HP that, Inge's Scovillain took that turn, but I think it at least puts you in a better position here. I think it's also worth noting, Inge's Scovillain so far in every turn has gone first, both Mega Evolving and Protecting and all of that. So as of now, I'm going under the, the pretense Inge's might be a little bit faster, which might make, Shake's a little bit more bulkier. So worth kind of considering, but I think no matter what, based off that Aura Sphere damage, a second Aura Sphere is going to kill the Scovillain. Something I'm really interested about, though, Smoke, is if you're Inge, what do you have in the back for the Primarina? I mean, maybe you do have Sneasler. It could be King Gambit. I don't think we see Aerodactyl because you already saw your Mega. So you do need an answer to this Primarina, right? Because it's not going to be Como-O.
Yeah, I think Sneasler would probably be one of your best outs here if you're on Shake's side or on Inge's side. You definitely don't want to be facing down a Primarina without a way to do some notable damage to it. As you know, Primarina being rather bulky can be a pain to get off the field, and in this case, it looks like it's kind of making itself at home here. So we're going to see Hyper Voice go off, and that Soundproof does activate, so no damage into Como-O there, but it's going to be enough for Scovillain to get knocked out. Maybe scouting out like a switch into the Como-O slot.
Yeah, and I really like, speaking of scouting, I really like that, we saw Inge not go for Aura Sphere there. I think that was a really good play, saying, you know what, I think Clangorous Soul, or I apologize, Clanging Scales will do enough to still KO that Scovillain. And if you switch in, right, if you switch into either maybe the Sneasler or the Basculegion, something that could take the Aura Sphere a little bit better, I'm going to do damage to you. So I do like that Clanging Scales here, and we see the answer to the Primarina, but also a great answer into this Basculegion. Having this King Gambit in the back, right? What a great point to bring this out onto the field.
Yeah, now you have the whole Sucker Punch mind game going down. Do you want to take the chance and say, okay, Basculegion's going for a pivot here? And it actually does look like, instead of going for a Sucker Punch on Inge's side, maybe something like I don't even know, maybe Cataclysm or something like that.
It does have Iron Head. It does have access to Iron Head. But interesting, we're seeing a Hyper Voice. Really interesting play there. I would have wondered if they wanted to just clear the board, say, hey, you know what? Like, if I KO Como-O, it's a 2v3, and I'm feeling pretty good. That Hyper Voice damage was pretty good into Gambit and looks to be a 2-shot, but you're not really in Sucker Punch range. Oh, I forgot about the lead sheet still staying on. You know what? That might be Sucker Punch range now. It's not Black Glasses, so it's interesting, but that lead sheet chip might have been just enough to...
Especially with that burn, yeah.
Punch range. Yep.
That burn definitely added enough in there to put things into a bit of a threatening spot here. And again, back on that Sucker Punch mind game, do you protect your Primarina? Well, if you do that, now you go down to the burn chip and so on. Do you pivot it out? Well, if you pivot it out and they call that, they're getting a free hit into whoever you're switching in here. So definitely a bit of a mind game here for Shake.
Yeah, I think if I was Shake, I think you could have swapped the Pre-Marine out. You lose the boost, but what you do there is you're basically saying, all right, I'm going to swap into Scovillain, eat an Iron Head, burn your Mihawk, and stop Leech Seed, right? So then all of a sudden your Pre-Marina is still sitting at what I believe was pretty much close to, 2/3 of HP instead of losing it. I think that's something Shake could have considered there, but it's tough because you never want to lose your boost. But now all of a sudden you lost your Pokemon in what we thought could have been a 3v2 on Shake's side. Now looks like it's going to be a 3v2 going on Inge's side here.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of an interesting endgame here. You got a Pokemon that still hasn't been revealed on Inge's side, so something that's still at 100% HP, and we've got a Sneasler and a Skullvillain at half HP. How would you try and position yourself to kind of claw this game back if you're Shake?
I think going for the close combat into the Como is the right play, right? You're -2, I believe, at that point. You should get that. And also, Sneasler should always be beating this King Gambit. I think that was the best possible play, but I think that Shake just found themselves in too good of a position because, exactly, you have the overheat damage into the King Gambit. Critical hit, I don't think it really mattered. I'm interested now because I think this is probably Basket Legion. So I think if you maybe save your Protect the last turn and said to myself, listen, I'm going to protect Como, sack off Gambit. Yeah, this is Basket Legion because Scarf adaptability, last respects, is going to do a lot. And this, the Sneasler can't touch the Basket Legion, right? So if you kind of preserved your King Gambit, not your King Gambit, your Como to this turn, now all of a sudden you kind of have this checkmate where you can kind of click Clinging Scales plus Last Respect into what is, I would say, the Scovillain, say, I'm going to get burned, but at the end of the day, then that means Sneasler can't Dire Claw sleep me, and I'm going to end up beating the Sneasler in the 1v1. But losing both of those Pokemon from Inch Smoke, I think kind of sealed the deal here.
Yeah, and you never know, maybe a misplay or something like that happens here that allows Inge to kind of crawl this one back. Going for the Protect there, and Basket Legion is going to go for the attack right into that and then get Leech Seeded just following that. So Shake here definitely putting the final nails in the coffin, so to speak. I mean, really, in that situation, I guess, what do? You hit Last Respects into the Skullvillain, picks up the knockout, then you're burned and hope you knock out on Sneasler, I guess.
I think that you could have done that though, right? Because all right, so you're taking because you would definitely get the knockout on the Scovillain, right? 150 base power adaptability. You're burned, especially protecting. I think protecting there was a little too risky from Shake, because what you could do then is all of a sudden you're burned, yes, but like I said, you can't get Dire Claw slept, and you're probably going to win that. You're going to just eventually have to get 3 Last Respects, and you're going to do more damage than the Dire Claw.
This isn't over yet.
I think though, Smoke,
this isn't
I think
over.
Inge is still winning this though, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, no, just the momentum flipping back and forth. Shake playing it a little bit too passively that one turn. Even though it got the Leech Seed up, it was kind of like a nothing turn, I mean, sure, Basket Legion took a small amount of chip, but when it's all said and done, Basket Legion's going to eat that Dire Claw all day. As long as it doesn't get sleeped or paralyzed or something, that Last Respects is going to clean up.
Which again, like, it can't do that if it's burned, right? So
yeah.
I think Shake played, like you said, I think they played a little too passively, because it is Focus Sash Sneasler. So if they just didn't protect, the Basket Legion clicked Last Respect into the Sneasler. So you're gonna put it to Sash, and then essentially that turn you're getting a Dire Claw plus a Leech Seed off, and then you can double protect, and then you have Rage Powder plus Dire Claw, and I think that's how you end up winning the game. I think you're right. I think Shake had that, and I just don't think they saw the line. I think that maybe they were a little too scared. Goes for the double protect is all they have, and it's not going to be enough. Smoke, very interesting game one, but I honestly don't know if Shake needs to change too much on their approach. It just felt like those last few turns were a little messed up.
Yeah, no, I agree with you ultimately there. Just sometimes the end game, we make these decisions thinking that, a more passive play is the safer one, but in reality, sometimes that passiveness will cost you the game.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, honestly, both players had brought the good for. It's sad to not see Mega Drampa. But I think when you have Pokemon like this Komoa, which it feels like we are going to see Inge really want to focus on, it did so well. I don't know if that's a great game for Mega Drampa. Obviously, Mega Drampa does really well into Basket Legion, and it does okay into King Gambit. So, it does do well into Pokemon on the team, but I think that was the spotlight Pokemon is this Como is really enough to keep that Mega in check and force these Sco villain mind games. I think, worth noting as well, Overheat missed turn 1, right, for Shake. So with that Overheat miss, right, Smoke, if Overheat connected, I think that plus, I think, we're getting the KO on Sco villain faster, and I think Shake's Sco villain is going to be able to stay on the field a lot longer.
Yeah, Shake with that unlucky miss in one of the first terms definitely actually had a bigger outcome than we expected, right? It allowed Inge to kind of keep its Pokemon on the field longer. And without further ado, though, we are going to get into their game 2, see if any adjustments were made. But Shake's going to lead out with the same Primarina Scoville lead, and same thing with Inge, the Como and Scoville lead. So kind of just seems like a repeat of game 1. Let's see if Shake has a little bit more luck this game and will actually connect with those overheats this time.
I'm wondering if you're Shake, I think, you call, say, hey, I got to make you respect that you can't just Clanger a Soul. Like, I'm going to Moonblast. You know what I mean? Like, I think Moonblast just feels so safe here. Yeah. You have to basically say, listen, you can leech seed all you want, but if you're leech seeding me, you're not redirecting this Moonblast into this Como, and you don't need the Calm Mind to deal with Como. It's a 4 times effective move. Primarina hits hard, and once again, we're seeing both Megas, and I think at this point, right, Smoke, I think Inge's Scoville is faster. Doesn't matter too much when you click Rage Powder a lot, but just worth noting as the set goes on.
Yeah, no, and with the double Megas, I was maybe thinking one of them might try for a slight adjustment, maybe go for a Protect or something, try and get a Moody boost that's, maybe makes you outspeed your opponent's Scoville or makes it a little bit stronger, or even maybe a little more bulky. Just try and take advantage of that pre-Mega Evolution ability before, fully committing to it.
Wow, all right, that was a crazy turn. So forget everything I said about the speed ties. I guess Inge just won like 6 speed ties in a row because we did see Shakes go first, which is really interesting. So they are speed tied. Good to know. That just, I guess, Inge won the coin flip way too many times. But a Calm Mind still, this Primarina is in a great spot. Just basically kind of like what I said, where you have to make the Como force the Moonblast potential. Now Como has no boost. Primarina's at +1, and notably here, Smoke, Inge did not click Rage Powder. I have to think this is a Moonblast going into Como.
Yeah, and the really interesting thing to see here is the double up into the Skull Villain from Inge's side. And you were right. There you go. There's that Moonblast into the Como there. That's going to be a one-hit knockout.
Yup, huge.
So...
And it isn't... Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, Shake taking some time to set up that Primarina, get a little bit bulkier, let it do a little bit more damage. On Inge's side, primarily focusing on getting rid of that Scoville. So now if Inge has, say, King Gambit or a Basculegion or Sneasler in the back, totally fine. No worries, no more burns, nothing to worry about. So as we see Sneasler come in on the field, definitely going to pressure that Primarina a bit. That Basculegion definitely not liking to see Scoville facing it down on the other end of the field, especially when it has the Rage Powder available to it.
Yeah, very interesting to bring the Basculegion out here. So it is the Focus Sash variant for those watching the stream. So Liquidation, Aqua Jet, Last Respects. But now, unfortunately, okay, I like the coaching. Yeah, I like this a lot. You're going to take this hit from Basculegion a lot better. But now the thing is, right, so you're essentially saying, like, if you're Basculegion, like, as soon as you get Rage Powdered, you're going to lose your Sash. Now, we do see Sneasler go down to Sash. I'm thinking this is a Hyper Voice. The coaching was cute here, Smoke, but if this is just Hyper Voice, all of a sudden, Shake just feels like they're in a really good spot. Yeah.
And it seems like, last game we had the passive play that cost Shake the game. Well, now it seems like maybe going for that boost this turn is going to be kind of a similar outcome here, more detrimental than helpful in the end.
100% agree. I mean, look how much that, that Hyper Voice damage does. Yes, you've leech seeded the, Basculegion, but I think at this point, a +1 Hyper Voice plus, Last Respects or something is going to do a lot. We do see Inge's final Pokemon. It is the Scarf Basculegion. So, something that is worth noting at least is it's going to outspeed, Shake's Basculegion, and Sash is actually broken. So Last Respects should be a KO, and Basculegion does fare decently into Primarina. However, being +1, you've got a Moonblast is really strong, but I think at this point you've got to kind of angle if you're Inge to Scovillain tanking enough hits and letting this Basque Legion just lock into Last Respect and win the game.
Yeah, no, the redirection from Scovillain side is just going to be really, really hard to get around. I mean, in reality, I'm not really sure if Shake's Basque Legion would have been able to pick up a knockout there. Probably would have had to commit to a double up. And there's the Drampa. It's appeared.
Wow. Great bring in the back there. I was going to say it's a little bit of protect mind games, right? Because you're basically going to click Last Respect, but who do you think is going to protect here? But you don't need to protect and you have a normal type in the back. Basque Legion now locked into Last Respect. It cannot touch this Drampa here, Smoke. So you basically have to target Arena. But now, what the thing is, if you target a Primarina can very easily protect. So you've kind of got to figure out what to do here. I think Leech Seed, though, for Inge is at least good enough where you're keeping him in the game because you're still getting residual off on Primarina, right?
Yeah, this Drampa's looking really problematic. Again, Basque Legion being locked into Last Respects basically just turns this into the World versus Scovillain. If Shake can guarantee Scovillain's knocked out and keep the Drampa around, I mean, that's game no matter what. So, and we do see that last. Oh, go ahead.
Yep. No, I was gonna say I think that's exactly what we're gonna see is probably a Dragon Pulse into this Scovillain here, right?
Going for the Leech Seed as has been doing all game.
Hey, listen, it's farming season up here in the Northeast, and these peppers are planting. We've got Leech Seeds galore. The Dragon Pulse is enough, and Smoke, you called it at this point. Burn is there, but it is all set and done. This Basque Legion can't touch this Drampa, and what a great adaptation from Shake game 2.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and we're going to see the forfeit come out from Inge's side. Again, great game to both players. We are going to move into a game 3 because of this. I mean, wow, both players, good adjustments there. We saw Inge kind of change up their game plan a little bit in playing. We saw Shake bring the our all too famous, if I can pull it out of the Drampa, there we go.
Yep.
That adjustment was crucial. I mean, that pivot at the end
really,
there, no damage. I mean, you can't. How are you going to beat a full HP Drampa when you're locked into Last Respects and have less than a half HP Scovillain left on your side?
And it was such a smart adaptation too, because I think it was very easy for Inge to just assume that it was Sneasler in the back. It was Sneasler, right? Because you have to check the King Gambit, right? Like Earth Power, I guess, is good into King Gambit, but also I think the second part of that too, right, Smoke, is the ability to say to myself, I can bring my second Mega and I don't need to evolve it, right? We do see this happen sometimes with these Mega Aerodactyl double Mega teams where, players will still bring the Aerodactyl and say, listen, I need this for either Tailwind or for, stab pressure on a certain Pokemon and my other Pokemon will Mega. But Drampa, a niche Pokemon, and again, a niche usage to say to yourself, I think Drampa's still good here. I don't need to Mega Drampa right now to get its value, and we kind of saw it. So now, right, if you're Inge, Smoke, you have to kind of take into account, do you think the Drampa's in the back? Because if you kind of prepare for the Drampa in the back and they bring Sneasler again, I think Inge is in a tough spot.
And yeah, no, I think Inge will have to kind of adjust accordingly. Our trainers here are in the final seconds of their team selection, so we will see soon enough if any adjustments have been made, at least to the leads of their team. Without further ado, this is game number 3 between Inge and Shake.
Yep. I think the more I'm thinking about it, I do think the Drampa might come again here. I think you have to assume, based on how Inge is playing this, they want the Basque Legion endgame. That's how they want to win this game. They want to whittle the other team down, get their Leech Seeds, get their burns, to where Last Respects is just outpacing everything, killing everything. So I think because of that, Sneasler loses a lot more value. Now, obviously, Inge could bring King Gambit here, but if you're bringing King Gambit, what aren't you bringing? Are you not bringing the Sneasler, or are you not bringing the Basque? I think it would be the Sneasler, but it's tough to call there. So I think it's safe to think we see the Drampa here at the end. And, going along with every game so far, we're going to see, I think, 2 Mega Evolved Scovillains, and I think we're going to see some Leech Seeds. But now, Smoke, do we see Protect on Como? Do we see Clangorous Soul? What do we think we're going to do here on the Como side?
That's a good question. I mean, it doesn't seem like we have any protects or anything like that coming out, so it's going to be the Clangorous Soul. Kind of like in game 1, sacrifice a little bit of that HP for, a big stat boost all around. Skullvillain actually not going for the Mega on Shake's side. So kind of like I said last game, you don't have to go Mega turn 1, and you can try and farm a good Moody boost there, and actually not even opting for a Protect to do that, still just going for an Overheat to try and whittle it down a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. We're going to have to see what this Moody boost is here, but good Rage Powder. I think Inge played that really well turn 1, just kind of saying, okay, I protected last turn, so I think at this point I can have a pretty safe Rage Powder setup. Moody boost is going to boost speed and special attack. Smoke, I don't think we're seeing Overheat from that thing again this game.
Yeah, no, I think the Overheat's done, but and it is unfortunate that it took the special attack drop when getting the speed boost, because that would have been a little frightening to see that fast little Skullvillain cause some havoc on the other end of the field.
On the other side, yeah. I mean, I guess you could get like a fast Leech Seed off, but I don't know, it's a little risky. Honestly, that might be what we're seeing here, because at this point, what's interesting with Shake's side is you don't really need to Rage Powder, right? Like, Como is never beating Primarina, so you're always going to take that damage anyways. Como forcing to here saying, I don't want to take a Moonblast. I think we're going to see a double...
Another Overheat.
No, it's just a -3 Overheat. Wow.
Well, not enough to pick up the knockout on Skullvillain, unfortunately. And we're going to see a Flamethrower in return from Inge's Skullvillain to do a little bit of chip there. And Primarina going for the Calm Mind.
Wow, okay. I was going to say, Primarina just clicked Hyper Voice here. Skullvillain on Inge's side is gone, right? We're down a Pokemon, but going for a Calm Mind, I think saying to yourself, like, listen, the Como still can't touch me. My Skullvillain is at really far HP, and Primarina needs at least one of these Calm Minds, I think, to really get enabled here. I think there's a chance we could lose both Skullvillains here. I think Inge's, it's a little bit awkward, right? Because we didn't get any Leech Seeds up, which I feel like have been such crucial parts of this matchup, no?
Yeah, no, the Leech Seed recovery on the Skullvillains has been keeping them in the games way longer. So to not see Leech Seed out, it wouldn't shock me if we don't see him stay around much longer. And as predicted, we're going to see one Skullvillain go down. But actually, not both of them going down, because again, that one Skullvillain did survive the previous Aura Sphere. So,
yeah.
Wow.
Great bulk. Great bulk to live that. And I mean, great turn from Shake Smoke, right? A double KO. This is looking like a really good game 3 here. That Moody speed boost, I think, is so important because you're guaranteeing that your Skullvillain is going before Primarina or anything else, right? Or even the opposite Skullvillain. So because of that, they were pretty safe to say, hey, I don't care that I'm at -5 now, -6. This is enough to KO the Skullvillain, and once the Skullvillain's gone, I can now KO the Como, right? Como can't touch Primarina. Really, really good live on Shake's side. Like I said, 9 HP. I'm sure, I don't know if that was exactly calculated, but I'm sure it's got a decent bit of special defense. And we see the back two for Inge here, Smoke. If you're Inge, how do you think you can climb yourself out of this?
Kind of like the previous game. You kind of just hope that Shake plays a little passively and click last respects into the other Pokemon. And we're going to see a double protect from Shake's side, trying to scout out what Inge is going for here. And as I said, basically, if you're Inge, you're kind of hoping at this point that you can just, that they're playing a little passively and you're getting some free attacks off. That coaching, though, is going to be massive. I think basically anything that anything that Basculegion touches is going down at this point.
So now I think that coaching is really, really good, and Inge calling out the passive play, because one thing that people love to do is when you have Sneasler, when you have that fake out user, I think a very easy mentality players go into is a double protect. They say, I've got protect, I don't want to deal about fake out, so I'm just going to double protect my guys and just then deal with it the next turn, right? Sneasler's not going to get a free hit off. But to recognize that as a Sneasler player and say, I think this is a safe turn to set up. Now you have a pretty good last respects into Skullvillain. Or even wait, if you want to go water move, you can go water move too. Just to kind of call out the Drampa in the back. I think that might be a little bit smarter. And then Dire Claw into Primarina. And I think that Primarina is probably going to see by, and we're going to see an interesting 2v2. And with the attack boost, Smoke, I don't know if Basket Legion cares about the burn, but we're not going to see the burn anyways this turn.
Drampa making its appearance yet again. This is probably why Inge was a little bit afraid of clicking Last Respects, because again, as you can now see, can't do any damage with that. That Dire Claw not able to pick up the knockout. The Hyper Voice in return going to pick up some pretty notable damage onto both Sneasler and Basket Legion. Basket Legion, will be able to take another one of those, but if it's taken any other chip from Drampa, it might be a double KO here.
I think that was a slight misplay by Inge. I don't think you ever had to actually click into the Scovillain, right? Like, it's at 8 HP, it's at -6 special attack. Force it to click Rage Powder. You just double protected. Primarina is gonna die. I mean, I think maybe if you're adamant that Dire Claw might get the KO, but Primarinas do have decent bulk, so I think you had to double down the Primarina and force Shake to click Rage Powder. Say, you've got to do this to make sure your Primarina lives, because if they doubled the Primarina, Inge has full HP on both their Pokemon right now.
Yeah, I think Inge was kind of hoping it would be a repeat of the previous game, where the pivot would come out into the Primarina slot. So just trying to pick up a free knockout there, but it was ultimately pretty costly in the end.
Yeah, and oh man, what did we see? Did Primarina go before Sneasler? It did.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah,
well, that is one way to win the
boost,
game.
Yeah, without that speed boost.
Yeah.
If you try to make it a little bit bulkier or something, I mean, yeah, that'll definitely throw you off. But with that, Inge is going to throw in the towel. The game, or round 5 is going to go to Shake here. Wow, what a set. I mean, yeah. The Mega Drampa, we didn't really get to see it use its full potential, but it did what it needed to do. It showed up, it 100%. Prevented Basket Legion from attacking, and it was able to win the game without even really doing any damage, which is pretty impressive if you think about it.
Which is pretty, yeah, in a crucial factor to winning the game too, right? It wasn't even like Shake won that game because they were able to basically say, you're clicking Last Respects and I have something that will always beat you. Like you said, never even clicking a move between both. Actually, I did click Dragon Pulse game too, so
that's
I
true. That's true.
Not even clicking most moves. Really, really good. I think the key of the story of these matches, like you said, Smoke, was the passiveness kind of hurt them a little bit, but I think kind of the crucial play, because I think Inge was in a winning position. I think kind of splitting your damage there that turn when you had to assume Drampa was in the back was really costly, because then at that point you're just kind of playing with fate, where I think a Dire Claw plus again doubling up into the Primarina could have kind of put yourself in a good position, because then Drampa hits the field plus Scovillain. And then you can kind of just basically say, all right, I don't care if I'm burned, and now I have my full HP Sneasler to kind of deal with the Drampa. So Shake really, really well to kind of positioning themselves. They clearly saw the out, and it was a Scovillain mirror smoke, but honestly a really interesting one at that.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Scovillains, as always, showing out on top, brought turn 1 of each game, showing, it just honestly, even if it's not proving too much, doing too much damage or being too much, it's a nuisance. You can't disrespect it. You have to always have a game plan for it. So even if that one person decides to play a little more passively with the Scovillain, you're changing your whole way of playing, your end of the game because of it. So to see a double mirror, interesting to see how those players tried to basically one up each other with their teams, and ultimately Shake able to come out on top here. But with that, that was round 5. There are a few more matches that are going on. We will try to get those on stream for you guys just in the interim as some bonus battle content. On a side note, thank you everyone to following us. We did hit our 100 follower goal, so huge shout out to you all, and thank you for the support. And we will catch you guys all in round number 6.
everybody, to the SpearPillar Champions Tour number 3. We are getting set for our 6th round of Swiss here today, ladies and gentlemen, and this is going to be a very fun win and you're in match. Whoever wins this will be one of our first players to say they are in Top Cut tomorrow. Smoke, I don't even know what to say at this point. This is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, no, it's been a long day. All these trainers have fought long and hard to make it this far, so you know, just really looking forward to seeing this round 6 kick off here. We are seeing a matchup between Type Null and Crystal Gem. Crystal Gem running a Mega Lopunny, so we get to see that on stream, which will definitely be interesting.
We're changing it up from last week, Smoke, as you remember, last week we had a Mega Lopunny in the tournament, and we're going from a Mega Lopunny to a Mega Lopunny.
It seems like Mega Lopunny is getting more use. You know, I personally, I haven't seen it too much. I also haven't been playing too much, but how about you, Talon?
I have seen a couple of them, but I will tell you what I haven't seen. I have not seen a Focus Sash King Gambit before.
Wow. Yeah, no, that's a interesting one. I'm guessing that King Gambit hits pretty hard, but it may be more of a glass cannon build.
It's very possible with this King Gambit having that access to the Focus Sash, which means something like this Excadrill with Earthquake on Type Null side, or the Heat Wave from the Hydreigon wouldn't be able to get a one-hit knockout. And also the Corviknight, it has access to Body Press, which would be extremely effective and probably would bring King Gambit down to that Focus Sash.
Yeah, I mean, with that Focus Sash, it'll give it, you know, just an extra chance to deal a little bit more damage, even if it is taking a huge hit, say, from that Body Press from the Corviknight there. But without further ado, we are in the last few seconds here. The trainers have selected their Pokemon, and we are going to kick off this round number 6.
Of our trainers is going to be advancing. Let's get into it. We are going to see Crystal Gem lead with that Lopunny and King Gambit, and on Type Null side is going to be Excadrill and Hydreigon.
So we do get to see the Mega Lopunny start out. Definitely going to be interesting to see what each trainer locks in on turn 1 of this round number 6, of this win and in nonetheless.
It's absolutely here, and this Lopunny does have access to Fake Out, which is huge for this matchup here, because Excadrill does have that Focus Sash, and it probably wants to keep it around, but this Hydreigon is the Choice Scarf variant. Whatever move it chooses, it will be locked into as long as it is on the battlefield.
We are going
and
to...
There's a Mega Lopunny right now.
And let's see what Crystal Gem is going to use. It's going to be that Fake Out into the Hydreigon, so maybe thinking, as you said, Talon, the Excadrill may be going for a Protect, but doesn't seem to be that way. Going to be an Earthquake out the gate on turn 1, doing huge damage into King Gambit and Lopunny.
And the King Gambit goes for low kick into the Hydreigon, and Hydreigon is knocked out.
Wow.
Now let's see what happens here with the Tyranitar coming out here. So Tyranitar is out, and this Lopunny and King Gambit, they are both going to be slower than this Excadrill, and this King Gambit with no access to Protect, or the Lopunny no access to Protect. However, this Lopunny does have access to After You, which would be beneficial in a matchup like this. However, the Excadrill will be faster.
And we're going to see Tyranitar go for that Mega here. Let's see what Tyranitar decides to go for. We're going to see a Sucker Punch from King Gambit into the Excadrill, doing a pretty good chunk of damage there. Excadrill going to follow up with an Iron Head, which is enough to pick up the knockout on Lopunny.
Lopunny goes down to that Iron Head, and Rock Slide is the move of choice in the King Gambit. Very interesting there, not going for low kick on the Tyranitar, just going for the Rock Slide, maybe predicting a switch out into something like that, that Charizard.
Yeah, that would be a devastating blow to Charizard, likely a one-hit KO. So, you know, maybe just going for, like you said, scouting out that switch in there. We are going to see Crystal Gem bring in the Garchomp. So we still don't know what that fourth Pokemon is on both trainer sides. You know, we still got Sandstorm up, which is, you know, not doing any chip damage to anybody on the field currently. So maybe that's a reason why we're not seeing, you know, a different Pokemon come in for Crystal Gem's side.
I think you're right here, Smoke. And also, it's important to note that the Garchomp on Crystal Gem's side is the Choice Scarf variant. So whatever move this Garchomp chooses, it will be locked in. And if there's someone like that Corviknight or the Rotom Wash in the back, you can't reasonably click a ground type move right now, even though the two Pokemon that are out in front of you are weak. And Excadrill is going to go for a Protector, maybe trying to scout for a Sucker Punch. And yes, it is Sucker Punch that will fail. And Garchomp stomping Tantrum into the Tyranitar, bringing it just above 50%. But low kick coming out, and King Gambit is knocked out.
What a great turn there for Type Null, able to pick up the knockout on King Gambit. You know, eats that Stomping Tantrum pretty comfortably there. You know, staying just above or probably about half HP. You know, and like you said, Talon, you know, you don't want to run into a situation where you know, a Pokemon gets locked into a move where it's kind of okay, now we're trapped into a move that can't do any damage to somebody else. We saw that in the previous game with the last respects on Basculegion into the Drampa. That was able to win a game for one of our competitors there. So let's see if something similar will happen in this game.
Let's see what happens here, as we still don't know what the fourth Pokemon is on the side of Type Null. Sylveon going for a Detect here. Maybe not trying to get an Iron Head, and Iron Head is the move of choice into Sylveon, who protects itself. Stomping Tantrum from this Garchomp will go into the Excadrill and pick up the knockout. So Excadrill is down, and it's Tyranitar in the fourth remaining Pokemon. Tyranitar going for that Rock Slide once again, doing no damage to Sylveon, and this will not be very effective into Garchomp either.
Yeah, no, that was a really good turn there for Crystal Gem. Now we're back into back even, basically. You know, 2v2 endgame. We'll see what this final Pokemon is. It is the Corviknight, so that's going to be threatening some pretty big damage here into both Pokemon.
It is going to be threatening into these two Pokemon, and also because this Garchomp is the Choice Scarf variant, it can only attack this Tyranitar on Type Null's side. There's no way it can attack the Corviknight. Tyranitar will be knocked out here from that Stomping Tantrum, but now this Garchomp, it can't do anything, as Corviknight going for the bulk up here, trying to power itself up with its attack and defense. Hyper Voice coming out, single target, and that did big damage into Corviknight there, despite the resistance due to the Pixelate ability.
Yeah, no, really impressive. It basically is now just a 1v1, this Sylveon versus the Corviknight. Basically, Type Null will just have to strategize, how do I get rid of this Sylveon? And I think it's just going to be with some Brave Birds here. And as is predicted, here it comes the Brave Bird. Not able to pick up the knockout, though, so this is actually going to be pretty threatening. Because now next turn, it would look like... you know, it would be able to pick up the knockout, but Corviknight is just moving a bit faster there than Sylveon.
And that is huge that the Sandstorm also just subsided on that last turn. But again, this Garchomp can't attack the Corviknight. It is only up to this Sylveon, and the Corviknight with no access to recovery either, Smoke. There's no roost, so Corviknight will be taking recoil damage from Brave Bird and Body Press with this Garchomp here.
And it basically does look like at this point... Oh, no, you are right, because in that case, if it's got no way to heal up, and the only way it's really going to be able to do meaningful damage is with Brave Bird, you know, maybe this isn't looking so good. Who knows?
This will be very interesting here with this Garchomp versus Corviknight endgame. The Corviknight is in a huge position here, as Corviknight will not take the Stomping Tantrum and just takes this opportunity to bulk up. This is very smart on Type Null's side. They realize that their Corviknight cannot be damaged by this Garchomp, so you just want to get as much damage as possible in the Garchomp and pick up the knockout here. So going for these bulk ups and getting that passive recovery from leftovers is huge. Here's a +2 body press into this Garchomp, and Garchomp will take the rough skin into this Corviknight.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. You know, as free as it does seem, you know, if you misplay a few turns, like if you had gone for Brave Bird and you didn't pick up the knockout, maybe that recoil damage plus the rough skin would have been enough to pick up a KO. So again, you never want to count the game completely over, even in a situation like this. You know, if you're type null, probably the best move here. Keep bulking up, bulk up all the way as you could, and you know, then you attack, kind of like you said, Talon. Try and pick up a one-hit KO. On top of that, then you also run into Garchomp, you know, running out of PP if it really does take that long.
Yeah, there is the possibility that Stomping Tantrum could run out of PP here and force this Garchomp into a struggle position. And Corviknight will just go for that body press once again in a Garchomp and pick up the knockout. Moving type null up 1-0 in the set with one more game to clinch day 2 and top cut.
Yeah, Talon, great play, you know, great play there. And as I said, you know, not giving up. I really like to see that, you know, not forfeiting, you know, not counting that game over, realizing that, you know, a couple of misplays there actually could have gone in their favor and given them that game. And as you said, this is the winning end. So, you know, you don't want to give up when you still have a chance, even if it does bank on your opponent misplaying.
You're absolutely right there, Smoke. Just seeing how that Garchomp played around the Excadrill and the Tyranitar with the rain up, the sand up, which helps out the Excadrill with that sand rush ability, doubling its speed. That was absolutely incredible for Garchomp to knock out that Excadrill. But because that fourth Pokemon that was unrevealed in the back was that Corviknight, Garchomp could not do anything against Corviknight. So I wonder if Crystal Gem here, and like a little bit of a change-up, is they're probably going to bring that Charizard this game.
Yeah, and you know, you definitely have to make some adjustments there. It still was a very close game, but you know, you definitely want to try and maybe switch up the strategy, give yourself a little bit more, you know, leg room to try and force this into a game 3 if you are Crystal there.
Yeah, I am very curious to see what Crystal does here. I do think that the Charizard is going to be the Pokemon that comes out here and is a switch up, a little bit of an adjustment here, as it has a good matchup into that Corviknight and the Excadrill, especially with Drought as its ability. It turns off Tyranitar's Sandstream, especially if Tyranitar Mega Evolves before Charizard Mega Evolves. Then you force Tyranitar into switching out to keep that sand around in the back.
And looks like we are going to see what these trainers have decided to do for this game 2 in round number 6. Match point here for type null. There is a chance here to clinch the day 2 spot here for type null. We do see a bit of was this a change-up talent, or am I misremembering game 1?
For game 1, we do have a run back for type null. It is that Hydreigon and Excadrill. King Gambit is once again a lead for Crystal Gem, but there's no Lopunny. It is that Scarf Garchomp.
There we go. Yeah, how could I forget Lopunny? So there you go. We got Scarf Garchomp, maybe Lopunny in the back, or like you said, maybe switching it up and bringing the Charizard this time. Might get a little bit more wiggle room with Charizard, you know, able to hit both Pokemon there with the Heat Wave, also weather boosted. That also makes things hit a lot harder. So we are just going to see the Excadrill protect this turn. We'll see what the other Pokemon decide to do. King Gambit going for a Sucker Punch into the Hydreigon. You know,
very smart there, because very smart there with the Dragon Claw going into the Hydreigon, proving that Garchomp was faster than the Hydreigon with the Choice Scarf on both these pseudo-legendary Dragon-type Pokemon. But Garchomp gets the knockout!
Yeah, no, great play there. You know, you just guarantee this game, you know, a little bit more in your favor. You're in a 4v3. Your Pokemon are still at full health. You really couldn't ask for a better turn 1, you know, for Crystal Gem there.
You definitely couldn't. And now we're going to see Excadrill switch out here for Crystal Gem. Reveal the fourth Pokemon to be that Tyranitar, which sets up the Sandstorm. No Pokemon on the field will be taking this. Tyranitar taking this Dragon Claw very well as Corviknight takes this opportunity to bulk up. Get an attack and defense raise as the Kowtow Cleave comes out into the Tyranitar. Not very effective, and no Pokemon takes damage with the Sandstorm due to all of the Pokemon on the field being either rock, ground, or steel types.
Yeah, it seems like the rock, ground, and steel types are a fan favorite of both these trainers. You know, you got four Pokemon that meet that criteria in one way, shape, or form. So, really interesting. We will see. It does seem like Type Null is going to lean into that Corviknight a little bit more. You know, seeing how kind of useful it was last game to be able to bulk up, you know, take a little bit more damage, and also output, you know, some kind of threatening moments there, like with Brave Bird, for example.
Tyranitar protecting itself here. Sucker Punch will fail into the King Gambit. Dragon Claw also going to fail as it's going into Tyranitar, who protects itself. And Corviknight takes this opportunity to set up Tailwind.
Wow. Corviknight going for an opportunistic Tailwind there. You know, Type Null saying this game isn't over yet. You still have your 4 Pokemon at full health, but, you know, I might be taking a little chip, but I'm setting up the field in my favor now. We're going to see if this is, you know, able to kind of roll into something bigger here, if Type Null can use this momentum to, you know, force this out and, you know, close out the possibility of a Game 3.
It is important to note that the Tyranitar, as we do see Type Null, is going to activate the Mega Tyranitar once again. Now, it is important to note King Gambit does have Sucker Punch, and Garchomp is locked into Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw going into Tyranitar. It will survive it on 37 HP. Goes for Rock Slide into King Gambit. And is there a chance of a flinch here? We're not even going to see it because there's a bulk up first. Corviknight powering itself up to +2. And King Gambit goes low kick into Tyranitar and picks up the knockout.
Yeah, Crystal Gem is slowly whittling away at Type Null's team here. You know, Corviknight is getting a little bit scary, though. You know, I think it's already boosted itself 2 times now. You know, you're looking at a lot of damage coming out on the other end of the field. A body press into that King Gambit, definitely not going to be a comfortable moment. You know, Brave Bird into the Garchomp, or really anything. You're doing some reasonable damage there from Corviknight's end. And Excadrill on Type Null side is going to get the boost from the Sand, so also moving extremely fast in addition to that Tailwind. You know, you're looking at an extremely fast Excadrill.
We definitely are smoked. This Excadrill is going absolutely fast. However, it will take the Sucker Punch first. Excadrill goes for the Earthquake. This will be super effective into King Gambit, and King Gambit will be brought down to 46 HP. But does the Garchomp go now? Yes, it does, with Dragon Claw, bringing Excadrill down to just 26 HP as Corviknight goes for that Brave Bird into Garchomp. And Garchomp will be knocked out, but Corviknight will take rough skin recoil damage and the recoil from Brave Bird as well.
Yeah, you know, still not out of this game yet. You know, the one thing I would have liked to seen there from Type Null is to get rid of that King Gambit, because that priority Sucker Punch is really threatening Excadrill now. And not to mention, now we see Charizard hit the field, who's going to be able to crank up the heat a little bit.
This Charizard can crank up the heat, and it's also the last turn of the Tailwind and the last turn of the Sandstorm for Type Null here. So while the Tailwind is still up, this Excadrill does not want to take a Sucker Punch. And if Charizard is able to survive this Tailwind, even with Excadrill threatening with an extremely effective Rock Slide here, then Charizard will be faster than both the Excadrill and the Corviknight outside of this Tailwind, as Mega Charizard Y is activated on Crystal Gem's side. And there's the Drought.
Excadrill just playing things a little bit safer there, going for the Protect. Charizard also opting to do the same, again, likely on Crystal's side, trying to stall out this Tailwind here. Corviknight going for Charizard, again, kind of ignoring the King Gambit. In a situation like that, if the Corviknight takes out King Gambit, you know, it's looking a lot better actually. You know, you're looking in a pretty decent situation. Corviknight could always try and set up Tailwind again this turn, but more or less, you know, it is looking like Type Null is getting pinched here by Crystal Gem.
This Charizard is in such a great position here, Smoke, especially with the Sucker Punch coming out from the King Gambit once again. Excadrill is knocked out, and Charizard now can go for single target Weather Ball into the Corviknight in the sun. That's enough for the knockout. We are going to Game 3.
What an amazing adjustment there by Crystal Gem. Realizing, hey, maybe Mega Lopunny isn't going to do it for me this game. Charizard definitely getting a lot more use. As you can see, how those Weather Balls are insane. One hit knockout into a Corviknight like it wasn't, you know, no bulk, nothing.
I was just absolutely surprised that the Excadrill managed to get knocked out by the Sucker Punch. You could have potentially called another Sucker Punch, go for a Protector on that last turn. It would have been very close, but you had an opportunity to maybe get a Tailwind up if Charizard went for something like Weather Ball on that last turn and missed the Heat Wave into the Corviknight.
Yeah, no, it again, both trainers played fantastic that game. Crystal proving you know, their adjustments were just a little bit better to, you know, pull ahead of that game. But now Type Null is in the seat where they're going to make some adjustments likely and see if they're able to pull out ahead and, you know, lock in their spot for day 2.
Yeah, we are getting a Game 3 here. One of these two trainers is guaranteed to lock themselves into day number 2 here. But we are actually going to take a little bit of a short intermission here between Game 3, Smoke. And honestly, I'm going to ask you this while we are getting ready for our Game 3 between these two trainers, as they are thinking long and hard about what they want to do in this match. What is your least favorite Mega Evolution that you've seen?
Least favorite? I subjective in the sense, like, least favorite as in when I see it, I'm like, oh my goodness, like, I'm about to lose this game or be very miserable playing this game. Or worst as in, like, bad, like, not good Mega, like, every time you see it, you walk all over it.
Go for both. How's about that?
Okay,
Let's go for both.
I'll go for both. So, you've probably heard me say it already many times. Mega Skull Villain is a menace. I'm
sorry. Can somebody clip that for me, please? Can somebody in the chat clip what Smoke just said about Mega Skull Villain? I just want to have that in my back pocket, please.
I'm telling you, Mega Skull Villain is a menace, especially if you're someone that likes to play, you know, more of has like a physical team, might be more hyper offensive. Myself personally, my team is basically half and half, maybe 4 physical attackers. So anytime I come across Mega Skull Villain, you know, never super thrilled to see that. Least like best or you know, not good. Let me think. It's kind of a tough one because there are some megas I haven't even seen played yet. You know what I mean? So like there have been megas I've come across that, you know, don't give me too much trouble, but it may just be more so a thing of my team archetype. Dang, what would be the worst mega? What do you think, Talon? Let me think about the latter half of that. Oh, Talon's not there. Okay. Let me think, guys. Let me look at the mega list too, because I guarantee you there's stuff I'm not even considering right now. List. Pulling this up. Mega Beedrill. Okay, that's, you know, Mega Victory Bell. We're getting some contenders up here. Like, see, I don't even know what half of these two guys. I started playing VGC in Sword and Shield, and I wasn't super big into it at that time. It was more so just playing, you know, online ladder. Honestly, didn't even know regionals or anything like that existed. And then Scarlet and Violet came out. I don't even know what possessed me to do it, but one day I looked up like if there were any Pokemon tournaments, because I figured there had to be some kind of either local scene or something like that. And make a long story short, I found out that there was a regional in Orlando, which was, you know, pretty local to me, so I ended up going to that. And ever since then, that was in 2023, and ever since then I've been, you know, super into VGC and competing and everything. But again, that was all during Scarlet and Violet, you know, terrestrialization. When it comes to megas, I am still have my training wheels on. Let's put it that way. But from what I've seen so far, like I've never seen anyone. I've seen people run Mega Beedrill like as a meme. Realistically, I think if you were to give Mega Beedrill to someone, they're probably not going to be able to do anything with it. But also there are all these other ones too that, you know, I've never even seen used, so I wouldn't even really be able to give you a super fair judgment on that. But I know Mega Skullvillain's a Mega Pain, so that's one thing I'm certain about. Well, it does look like these trainers are finally ready. They are in their team selection now. Looks like it will be me just, you know, casting for a few moments here while Talon has stepped away. So again, we are in game number 3. Again, this is round number 6, so with that, whoever wins this game, with both these trainers being 5-0, they will lock in their spot for Top Cut. It's been a long day, so you know, locking in your spot like this is always a great feeling. On top of it, you can really try and push for an 8-0 run, which may give you a bye in the first round of day 2. But without further ado, here we go. Game number 3. We have Crystal Gem leading with Garchomp, King Gambit, and Type Null leading with Excadrill, Corviknight. So really, the adjustments that each trainer is trying to make here, you know, each one of them's got to win on each other. You know, maybe took some time to think about, okay, what did we do wrong last game, and what could we adjust? Maybe Pokemon in the back wise. You know, like we might expect Crystal Gem to bring that Charizard again. We saw how good it was last game. Maybe on Type Null side, he opts out of bringing Hydreigon this game. From what I recall watching, don't really remember Hydreigon doing too much in these sets, just really getting knocked out before it could really do anything. So Excadrill opting for a Protect, a Sucker Punch from King Gambit, not going to do anything, followed up by a Stomping Tantrum from Garchomp, unable to land because of that Protect, and Corviknight getting a free Bulk Up. So that's going to be effective against both this Garchomp and King Gambit, as they're both physical attackers. Definitely very useful to be spamming that button right now. And again, the body press is only going to get stronger every time that happens. King Gambit does not like body press. We know that. Anything fighting, King Gambit does not want it. We're going to see a switch out this turn into the Rotom Wash. So as I had mentioned, you know, we didn't really see much happen from the Hydreigon, so opting to go for a switch into this Rotom Wash, and it's able to, you know, not get touched by this Stomping Tantrum, and Low Kick doing less than, let's see, 12 HP, so 12 HP exactly. Nothing. Let's just say nothing happened there. Basically a free Tailwind, a free Bulk Up for Corviknight, in exchange for 12 HP on the Rotom Wash. I think that's a pretty fair trade in Type Null's favor. Type Null really trying to set this game up in a spot where, you know, might be going a little slow on the attack here, but they're in a spot now where they can threaten a lot of damage downfield. They're moving faster than everything. You know, you really got to worry if you're Crystal Gem here. Crystal's going to opt to pivot into Sylveon here. Going into Stomping Tantrum again into the Rotom Wash. Not quite sure why with the Levitate ability, again, as I won't do anything. But the Hydro Pump is able to do a bit of chip damage into that Garchomp, about half HP, and I guess I'll call that that damage from the body press into Sylveon chip. The Rotom Wash did a little bit more than chip damage there. So now it is looking very favorable here for Type Null. Type Null is probably jumping for joy on that Stomping Tantrum. Maybe Crystal was, hoping for a pivot back into the Excadrill, maybe catch it off guard. But nonetheless, that read proved to be a bit aggressive and may hurt in the long run. Every bit of damage counts in Pokemon, as you all know, especially when you're getting into those long drawn-out games that every little bit of HP really does make a difference. Sylveon opting for a Detect here, maybe scout out what's going to be done here. Another Stomping Tantrum, so it is, I guess, locked in. It is locked in with that Choice Scarf. I did kind of forget that they were locked in with the Choice Scarf there, so that's a little bit on me. But if I was Crystal Gem, I probably would have opted to switch in this case because you're not threatening anything. And even if Type Null is only doing a little bit of chip on your team, that chip is going to add up over turns. Sylveon could do a bit of damage, no doubt, but at the end of it all, it seems like Crystal at this point maybe is just trying to stall out Tailwind, make things try and get back even. But we're gonna see a pivot back into King Gambit, another Stomping Tantrum. Just at this point, Crystal saying, you know what, my Garchomp's taking a ton of damage. It's not even worth switching a Pokemon in and taking that extra damage. I'm just gonna let Garchomp get sacrificed. But Type Null realizing that this is kind of the method that Crystal's going for and is going to take advantage of it. Crystal playing quite passively in that regard, not really taking the command of pivoting and taking lead of how the gameplay is supposed to play out. So with that, Type Null is able to kind of have a little breathing room. I'm gonna set up some bulk ups. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna set up Tailwind. Right now, he feels pretty free to probably click Tailwind again. This Rotom Wash, and finally the Garchomp switches. And again, that's the Garchomp switching out. Maybe Crystal's like, okay, I've left this Garchomp in for so long that they're not even going to attack this slot because they want to keep it alive. And as I predicted, Crystal Gem was correct there. So the Rotom Wash able to pop its Citrus Berry after getting hit with a Kowtow Cleave from King Gambit, able to re-heal up above half HP. Probably makes it to where Kowtow Cleave isn't able to knock out this turn. We're going to see another pivot, likely into the Garchomp. And yes, it is Garchomp this turn. Likely just trying to sacrifice, just get it off the field at this point. It's not doing much. But Type Null going for the Will-O-Wisp, scouting that out, did not want King Gambit to get burned. Definitely would have been closing out the game if King Gambit was burned. Garchomp was on such low HP, so good play by Crystal to stay in the fight. And Tailwind is down to 2 turns, so Crystal might be able to try and stall it out yet again. This is more strategic than than most people are realizing. This Garchomp on 15 HP. It seems like a free slot, but you don't want to. At this point, it seems pretty free to just ignore it. But at the same time, when it uses something like Rock Tomb and lowers your speed, well, now it, even though it didn't do much damage, now it's still having an effect on the game that may last, way longer. We say this Rotom sits on the field for too long. It could be locked in with that stat for the rest of the game. But ultimately, the Brave Bird just rips right through the Sylveon, and Garchomp goes down to a Hydro Pump. So Type Null again has been setting up all game, setting up Tailwinds, setting up Bulk Ups, finally decides to let a Brave Bird rip, gets a clean knockout onto the Sylveon, able to clean up that Garchomp that was already pretty much useless at that point, between the burn, all the damage it had taken, and it being locked into that Stomping Tantrum for so many turns is proving so detrimental right now. It still was a pretty close game up until the double knockout there. But now it is a 4-2 situation in Type Null's favor, with his Pokemon being pretty healthy right now. So we're gonna see Tyranitar come in. It's gonna set up the Sandstream. The Sucker Punch is going to go out, so nothing's going to happen here because it went into that Tyranitar slot. The Corviknight going for the Body Press into Kingambit, extremely effective, one-hit knockout. This game's looking pretty rough at this point. Garchomp has the ability, or Tyranitar has the ability to go for its Mega, reset up Sandstorm if Charizard decides to, use that Blaze ability when it Megas itself. Charizard versus the world.
Charizard versus the world?
Welcome back, Talon.
Apologize for that little brief intermission.
You are all good. And we are going to see the Tyranitar go Mega here. If Charizard decides to use its Mega, that's not going to be good because it's going to override that sand damage. But Charizard not going for it in this case. Able to pick up the knockout on Corviknight, but it still is Charizard versus the world. Full HP Tyranitar, able to go for a Rock Slide. We know the outcome of that.
Yes, we do. And with that, Charizard is knocked out, and Type Null will be one of our 4 guaranteed players entering Top Cut tomorrow.
And a huge congratulations to them for, it was an incredible set all around, but, the positioning there in the end by Type Null, Tailwind, Bulk Ups, it just got to a point where it was unstoppable.
It absolutely was unstoppable there, and that just showcases the power of Tyranitar there.
Yeah, and Tyranitar, anytime Tyranitar uses Rock Slide on Charizard, it's a very bad day. But with that, again, once again, huge congratulations to Type Null. You made day 2. At this point, you could play out the rest of your day, so you have a more favorable, potentially if there's any buys tomorrow, you might be one of the ones that gets it if, you go 8-0 or something like that. Or, if you're one of those people that is like, all right, I'm done for the day, you could technically take off for the night, because if you really do think about it, it is single Elim tomorrow.
Yeah, it's definitely a single Elim tomorrow, but we're going to take a short break here, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to be back with round 7 of the SpearPillar Champions Tour number 3, so don't go anywhere. Oh, we're back, right?
Yeah, we're good.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry I messed up there. I didn't see the transition. But we are back for round number 7 of the SpearPillar Champions Tour number 3. We just saw Type Null clinch themselves a spot in our top cut bracket. And Smoke, we're about to see OTK versus Mammoth VGC. And one of those two trainers will be joining Type Null in top cut.
Yeah, no, it's going to be an interesting game to see. I think we may have seen Mammoth VGC last week, if I'm not mistaken. Talon, correct me if I'm wrong.
We might have last week. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've seen that name before.
Yeah, but both these trainers are currently actually selecting their teams, both of them eager to get into this game number 1 of round number 7 to hopefully clinch their spot in day number 2.
We're going to see it now. Game number 1 between Mammoth VGC and OTK. Who is going to join our top cut players? Let's get into game number 1. OTK leading with that Incineroar and Pelipper. And on Mammoth's side, it is the Sneasler and the Frostlass. So the Sneasler's White Herb will be consumed immediately thanks to that Intimidate from Incineroar. And it is now the fastest Pokemon on the field.
Yeah, that's always a good feeling to get. Now it's now that Sneasler is running pretty quickly. The only downside I guess you could potentially see to that is now when you go for that close combat, for example, into the Incineroar, those damage drops will stick to the Sneasler.
It is going to be very interesting here with the Incineroar being out with this Sneasler still out on the field, but the Pelipper, it does have the Drizzle ability activated right now, so there is that rain. Frostlass does have access to its Frostlass side, and if it Mega Evolves, Smoke, that's going to be a Ice-type Pokemon that will have the Snow up. And we're going to see a switch up here into King Gambit as Incineroar switched out on OTK's side, and our Chaladon comes in.
Yeah, when you see our Chaladon in the rain, it's about to be a long match, but we're going to see Frostlass go for that Mega Evolution, going to override that rain. Now our Chaladon feeling a little bit more threatened than it was before, taking some honestly, some pretty big damage there, and Pelipper getting frozen.
Oh, huge freeze! Are you kidding me?
That's going to put OTK in a... Oh, and it's just a turn 1. So I guess...
I am not being frozen today.
Oh, we thought it was gonna be off to a rough start for OTK, but Pelipper kind of toughing it out there and getting that tailwind up. But with that snow getting set up, it's looking pretty threatening here. We're gonna get free blizzards that are 100% accurate into both our Chaladon and Pelipper. If you try to switch anybody in, they're also gonna be taking some damage from that as well. This is...
If you switch in, and also, Smoke, if you switch in Incineroar here, you're powering up this King Gambit with the Defiant ability.
Yeah, so you're in kind of a lose-lose situation here if you're if you're OTK.
It's very interesting to see what OTK is going to do here, as we still don't even know what the 4th Pokemon they brought is. Pelipper, though, Wide Guard, a nice bring on OTK's side for this Frostlass. Our Chaladon going for Flash Cannon. This is super effective. Frostlass survives it on 25 HP and just goes for Shadow Ball into Pelipper, the call, and knocks out Pelipper.
Well, we know the weather war is officially over now. We know that our Chaladon will not have access to one-turn, electro shots, which is honestly that's what makes our Chaladon super good. Getting those one-turn electro shots, getting the special attack boost, and just kind of turning into this uncontrollable, train, so to speak, that can just take out really anything, even if it's not very effective. We're gonna see OTK bring in the Venusaur in the back here. Really interested to see what Mammoth does here to try and get around this wide guard. We saw the Shadow Ball last turn. Do we think that, or I guess wide guard's done now. Pelipper's gone. So you could just freely go for those blizzards now.
Under normal circumstances, I would agree with you right now, but Mammoth has to focus on the tailwind that was set up on OTK's side here. this Archaludon is faster than the Frostlass and the King Gambit, so the Archaludon here could go for something like Aura Sphere, which is extremely effective into this King Gambit. We're going to see Frostlass switch out here, go back out into Sneasler as Venusaur's Venusaurite activates here. So Mega Venusaur now on the field for OTK.
And we're going to see a Flash Cannon come out from OTK into the Sneasler, getting that special defense drop and doing about half damage. We know now that Sneasler basically goes down next turn to whatever gets thrown at its way from that Archaludon. We're going to see that Kowtow Cleave come out from King Gambit into Venusaur, doing about half damage. And before that, we did see an Earth Power into the King Gambit, which did quite a sizable chunk of damage there.
That was a huge amount of damage with the Earth Power into King Gambit, but that also stalled out another turn of Tailwind, and this Archaludon has no way to protect itself from a Sneasler with Fake Out pressure here into this Archaludon. You have to switch out the Archaludon here potentially, but if you switch it Incineroar, you're powering up this King Gambit with Sucker Punch.
Yeah, it looks like Mammoth is doing just a really good job at positioning, not really having to do too much, pivoting back and forth. But overall, you don't gotta switch. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Don't switch your Pokemon out if you got a commanding spot. Just taking advantage of the situation entirely. Actually opting for a Protect here instead of going for Fake Out. We're gonna see that Sucker Punch come out from King Gambit into the Venusaur, not able to pick up the knockout. A Flash Cannon into the Protect, and we're going to see another Earth Power follow up into King Gambit, which we know is going to pick up that knockout.
And King Gambit will be knocked out here from this Mega Venusaur's Earth Power. One Pokemon has been knocked out now on Mammoth VGC's side. Archaludon continues to get some leftovers recovery here. The Tailwind has petered out though here. If Frostlass were to come out though on this turn, Smoke, I believe this is the last turn of the snow. And if it is the last turn of snow, Venusaur can stall it out here.
And it does look like we do have Frostlass coming back. And you are right, it is the last turn of snow. So, bringing Frostlass in there, definitely an interesting call. Maybe you bring something, I don't know what they've brought in the back. I don't know what their fourth Pokemon is, but, maybe if you have Protect open to you or something, you could just wait a turn, let that snow reset, and then bring Frostlass back in later in the game to get that back up.
It's going to be very interesting to see what Frostlass wants to go for here. As Venusaur, it is low HP, and it does have the Thick Fat ability, so this Venusaur would, in theory, be able to survive most Ice-type attacks, but it probably won't survive a Blizzard from this range. And we're actually going to see Venusaur is the one who switches out here. This is huge. Venusaur with the switch out. Intimidate dropping the Sneasler's attacks. And here's the Blizzard. And Archaludon survives it on 20 HP. And gets another stamina boost here. But Sneasler going for close combat. The double up will knock out Archaludon.
Yeah, and as we said before, with that Intimidate from turn 1, clearing up the White Herb, Sneasler's keeping these defense drops unless it decides to pivot out.
You're absolutely right here, and the Sneasler is at the mercy of getting faked out here by this Incineroar, and Incineroar at 168 HP right now, Smoke. It has not had an opportunity yet to snack on its Citrus Berry for recovery.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that, even if it does take a bit of damage, you kind of hope if you're Mammoth here that close combat will one-hit KO the Incin. More than likely will, I would imagine. I guess it depends. What do you think, Talon? One-hit KO with close combat?
It will be very interesting to see what this Sneasler wants to go for here. Sneasler is going to protect itself just to make sure it avoids a Fake Out here. Shadow Ball, though, the move of choice into the Venusaur, and picks up the knockout.
And we're looking at a 1v3 situation here, potentially a 2v1. Yeah, definitely a 2v1 with a Darkest Lariat into the Frostlass. Definitely doing a painful bit of damage, even though it only had 20 HP left.
You're absolutely right here. And the fourth and final Pokemon is going to be the Basculegion. And Basculegion super effective into this Incineroar with that Liquidation or the Aqua Jet. And it's not intimidated, so these are going to hit really hard right now.
Not only that, but you do have access to the close combat, which we're going to see. Not able to pick up the KO, so actually some good information there for Mammoth, knowing that Incin can actually, comfortably eat a close combat, even with a little bit of chip damage on it. But as we know, Liquidation's going to follow that up. 2 super effective moves. Incin not quite strong enough to take 2 of those, so.
And that is a huge win in game number 1 there for Mammoth, moving 1 step closer to clinching a spot in our top cut bracket here.
Yeah, no, and it's been a long day, so I imagine there's a little bit of fatigue on some of the trainers, but still coming out strong, still showing that they got the fortitude to make it to make it today too.
Yeah, I mean, our trainers have been playing absolutely incredible. Both of our trainers, they have only dropped a single set all day today. I don't know if any of them maybe dropped a game or 2 here in their sets. They have to at least drop 2 games if they lost a set. So that's where it gets really interesting here. And when looking at the matchup, OTK, we saw the wide guard was on that Pelipper, but Mammoth called it correctly. A huge knockout there to secure the Weather Wars for his side of the field.
And just a moment, Talon. I'm pulling up the stream here, see if they are in their game yet. And they are. Perfect.
All right, we're getting set for game number 2 here. Will OTK force a game 3, or will Mammoth VGC clinch a spot in Top Cut? Game number 2 is leading with the Pelipper and Archaludon versus the Frostlass and Sneasler. Mammoth with the same leads once again, but OTK making a switch.
Yeah, and OTK realizing, last game did not go well. Need to make some adjustments here. Let's start out with Pelipper Archaludon. At least we might be able to, try and get maybe an Electro Shot off. But with the Frostlass standing there, might be rejecting that. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what these trainers do. Maybe a little passive play, protect. Try and see if they do ultimately use their Mega here.
I see Pelipper switch out here for Incineroar. So Incineroar with the attack drop, activating that white herb on the Sneasler once again. And the Frostlass side is going to be activated on Mammoth's side. This Archaludon on OTK's side also smoked. There is no way to protect itself from this damage. This is going to be a neutral attack, super effective close combat into the Archaludon slot, and Archaludon brought down to just 26 HP. But there is going to be the defense and special defense drops here, and Frostlass opting to go for the Blizzard, knocking out this Archaludon with a double up.
Yeah, coming out the gate strong here. Mammoth saying, you know what, played the game a little bit slow before. I'm going out, I'm coming out swinging this game. Pelipper gets to come back in and reset the weather. But, I think that was a pretty fair trade. Lose weather, but, you get an Archaludon knocked out in exchange. That feels pretty good. You don't really got to worry about that for the rest of the game now.
Yeah, that is a huge knockout for Mammoth, making sure a threat such as that Archaludon with the Electro Shot and this Pelipper in the back that just switched back in, not being able to take advantage of those Electro Shots. But now, Mammoth is in a very interesting position here. The Incineroar does have access to Fake Out, and we're going to see Frostlass switch out here for the third Pokemon, being that King Gambit. So King Gambit making an appearance here. Sneasler will protect itself on this turn as Incineroar. Oh, we're going to see just a Weather Ball into the Mega Frostlass slot, and King Gambit brought down to 74 HP, and a double up with a Darkest Lariat.
And it's able to eat it. I mean, that's pretty impressive there. Is to take, both those hits comfortably like that. Sure, you're in pretty, you're in a one-hit KO range now, but you can definitely launch off a Sucker Punch to break the Focus Sash on Pelipper if you think it's going to attack this turn. Could be a little risky, you know, with the options of Tailwind or, you know, even Protect being on the board. But ultimately, you know, this King Gambit is far from being out of the fight, so to speak, even though it's going to be one of the slowest pieces out there.
It's definitely one of the slowest pieces remaining on the field here, but with access to that priority Sucker Punch, it will be doing good damage into the Pelipper here, and Incineroar is still threatened with this close combat here, but Incineroar is going to switch out, and the fourth and final Pokemon is revealed to be the Venusaur, as close combat will go into the Venusaur slot, not very effective, but still getting a good amount of damage. As the defense and special defense drop, and Pelipper takes this opportunity to go for a Hurricane into Sneasler and pick up the knockout.
Yeah, and those, I mean, to be honest, more than likely, even without the defense drops, still probably picks up a KO, but with those defense drops sticking, that Hurricane always picks up a KO there. We know that. So, you know, Venusaur taking some pretty big damage there from the Kitao Cleave. You know, Mammoth saying, I'm afraid they might go for Tailwind Protect. I'm going to go, you know, for a bit of a more a protective play there rather than going for the Sucker Punch. Loses Sneasler in exchange for it, but Venusaur is pretty much anything is going to one-hit KO's Venusaur now, and I mean Pelipper is also in a pretty rough situation here too. It could do some pretty big damage, you know, with Weather Ball and when it's, you know, raining, but right now it does not have the weather in its favor.
Pelipper definitely does not have the weather in its favor, so there is the potential that Pelipper could switch out here into Incineroar, but if OTK does that, Mammoth's King Gambit will get a Defiant boost here, and Venusaur doesn't want to take a Blizzard from this range or a Sucker Punch, and we're going to see Mega Venusaur coming back out onto the field in this game number 2 as Venusaur protects itself. A very smart play from Venusaur as King Gambit. No, we're going to see Shadow Ball go into the Venusaur. No damage. Tailwind coming out on Pelipper, guaranteeing the speed as King Gambit goes for Kowtow Cleave into Pelipper, brings it down to just 52 HP.
Yeah, it looks like Mammoth is just kind of playing this to the best way that they can. You know, they're gonna take things slowly, might sacrifice something here and there to do a decent chunk of damage, but in the end, it seems like Mammoth is feeling quite comfortable how they're set up and kind of just moving forward in this game, not really having to play too passively, or you know, they're kind of just foot on the gas right now.
And it's also important to note that with the Pelipper out right now, you can switch it out to reset the weather, but that will cost you setting up this Intimidate on the Incineroar here, and that's what's going to happen. Incineroar switching in, getting that attack raise on the King Gambit here, but where did the Pelipper? We're going to see Wide Guard chosen by this Pelipper instead, protecting from a potential Blizzard, but Sucker Punch is the move of choice. It will fail, and Frostless went for Blizzard, which will be protected.
Yeah, Wide Guard, you know, showing how useful it can be, especially in these open team sheet formats. You know, in the closed team sheet, you know, it comes as a huge shock when someone pulls a Wide Guard out on you, but in this one, it almost comes down to be more of a mind game. Is my opponent going to click Wide Guard? They know you have it. And in this, you know, in this case, OTK deciding, yep, I'm going for it. I'm not eating a Blizzard when I have the ability to stop you from doing it.
You're absolutely right there, Smoke. And with this Pelipper revealing the Wide Guard to Mammoth on this turn, now Mammoth has to think, do I go for another Sucker Punch potentially into this Incineroar? It won't be very effective, but we are just going to see Frostless protect itself, stalling out a turn of the Tailwind here with a Protect on the King Gambit as well, and also seeing what Incineroar wants to go for here. Oh, we see Hurricane go into the Frostless and a Flare Blitz into the King Gambit. No damage on this turn, but a huge call from OTK.
Yeah, and that's also huge information there for Mammoth to be able to see what OTK was, you know, going for in that turn. You know, maybe he was kind of predicting the, you know, a flip or the opposite, but ultimately OTK gets their plan kind of foiled there with the double protect.
Double Protect definitely helps out Mammoth here because it also stalls out a turn of the Tailwind on OTK's side, and now you have a decision to make as we're going to see Pelipper switch out here. This is very important as Venusaur coming back out onto the field. Sucker Punch will fail. And what did this Incineroar go for? We're going to see it after because here's the Blizzard, which will knock out the Venusaur.
And you can say goodbye to that Mega Venusaur. I'm not sure if it even really got to do anything. I don't think it got to even attack. But we're going to see that Flare Blitz absolutely destroy the Frostlass in a one-hit knockout.
A huge one-hit knockout there in the Mega Frostlass. And Incineroar brought down to 72 HP, which means the Citrus Berry can be ate by this Incineroar, but the Tailwind has just petered out for OTK. So let's see what the fourth and final Pokemon is in the back for Mammoth. If it is that, we're going to see Pelipper first come out here for OTK, and it's going to be the Basculegion for Mammoth VGC. The rain is up. This helps Mammoth immensely with the priority Aqua Jet and the adaptability and the rain and the super effective damage.
Yeah, no, it's looking like Basculegion's got a nice way to clean up this game right now. The only thing that could be, possibly detrimental here, again, going for a Sucker Punch, which is gonna fail. We got a Liquidation coming out from the Basculegion into the Incin, able to pick up a knockout. I imagine then, we're gonna see on a Tailwind come out from OTK's side, but I don't think Pelipper's got this one, unfortunately. The Sucker Punch, I think, will be enough to knock it out alone, and then throw in, a Basculegion hit. I think this game's pretty much in Mammoth's side, but I give a lot of props to OTK for sticking it out and fighting it out the whole way through, and really just just proud of that for sure.
One final Sucker Punch does it in, and Mammoth VGC has made it to top cut of the SpearPillar Champions Tour number 3.
Huge congratulations to Mammoth. Definitely not an easy day. I know it's been a long day. We have a couple more matches going on currently. I'll, work on getting one of those up for you guys as some bonus battle content. But until then, Tal and I are going to take a small break here. Everyone else, maybe grab a drink, grab a snack. But we'll catch you here in round number 8, the final round of Swiss of day number 1 in the SpearPillar Champions Tour number 3.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 8 of the SpearPillar Champions Tour number 3. It is time, Smoke. One of our 2 trainers is going to earn a spot in our top cut bracket. And even better, these 2 trainers started either 0-2 or 1-2 in the tournament.
Yeah, they've had a wonderful comeback. Just fantastic run from both these trainers. Had a little bit of a rocky go, but seems like they've worked everything out, and now they're here. They've made it to, they've made it to a spot where they can potentially make it to day 2 tomorrow, even with such a rocky start.
They absolutely have. Whether it's icy momentum or it's Emos. These two trainers have been incredible, and this is going to be a very fun matchup here, Smoke, because on Icy Momentum's team, we have that Whimsicott, we have the Mousehold, we have a Mega Delphox with nasty plot, so it can really power up those Heat Waves and Psychics. You have the Kamo, you have a Choice Scarf Serena, and a Manectric. We have Mega Manectric on our on Icy Momentum's team.
No, that's definitely a unique choice. I think we saw one of those last week, make it quite far in the tournament, so it is quite interesting to see a repeat kind of that, a less common meta choice that is, I'm starting to see it, I feel like, a little bit more. How about you, Talon?
I'm not really seeing Manectric all that much. I'm definitely seeing a lot more Delphoxes right now, since Delphox is naturally faster than a Mega Frostlass. I mean, they both are not fans of a King Gambit on the opposing side of the field, but if you have redirection like Icy Momentum has, this Delphox can go to town, especially with a Torkoal and a Charizard on Emos' side. And I'm also looking at Emos' team. There is a double-edged Kangaskhan and Hammer Arm. When is the last time you have seen Hammer Arm on a Pokemon?
I don't think ever, Talon. I don't know if I've ever ran into that before, honestly.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this team, and it's absolutely incredible. And the Primarina with access to Substitute, as well as the Mystic Water and Liquid Voice.
And without further ado, we will be getting started in our round number 8, game number 1. Again, both these players in contention for day 2. Winner advances, loser sadly will not make it to our day 2 tomorrow. So leading off from Emo's side, we have the Kangaskhan and the Farigiraf. On Icy Momentum side, we have Como-O, and we have Vin Diesel, the Mousehold.
And also, it's important to note that the Kangaskhan can go for a fake out here into this Mousehold, and this Mousehold does have Taunt. This is where it gets very interesting, Smoke. If you go for the fake out into this Mousehold, you can potentially set up a Trick Room with your Farigiraf. But we're going to see Kamo switch out here and into the Serena. So Serena coming out. There's the fake out, which is blocked by the Queenly Majesty, which allows Mousehold to taunt the Farigiraf.
What a wonderful play that was. Honestly, I didn't even see the tech there until they just pulled that off. So incredible use of Zarina. That ability heavily slept on. I know a lot of people aren't too used to seeing Zarina on the field, so getting hit with that priority, basically Farigiraf 2.0, blocking the priority move. So really interesting tech there from Icy Momentum to guarantee the fake or the Trick Room not being set up and the fake out not going into Mousehold.
You're absolutely right there. By the Mousehold making sure that the taunt came out on the Farigiraf. This Serena with the Choice Scarf, it is in a great position against both these Pokemon. But Serena's going to switch out here, actually, and back in comes the Kamo-O, as Kangaskhan will be switched out for the Primarina.
Yeah, Mousehold's looking really good into that Primarina now, because again, it could always go for another taunt and prevent Primarina from setting up a substitute.
And with a soundproof ability, Kamo-O will take no damage from the Hyper Voice from this Farigiraf, and it won't take any damage from the Hyper Voice on the Primarina. Primarina's only damaging move into this Kamo-O would be that Moonblast, which is extremely effective, but as long as this Mousehold is on the field, you cannot get it off.
Yeah, the redirection just makes it rough. And not to mention, as I had said, you can always use that. Opting for a follow me, say, I don't really care about that substitute, I guess. But deciding to go for a Clangorous Soul here on the Como-O to boost up the stats of it while sacrificing some HP. Farigiraf going for a Psychic into the Mousehold, not able to pick up the knockout. Mousehold hungry for a snack, eating the Citrus Berry and restoring a bit of HP. We'll see if the Moonblast has enough to take it out, and it does.
And that's a huge knockout there for Emos by getting rid of that mouse hold. Now this Kama-O, even though it got that Clangorous Soul up, it does not want to take a Moonblast from this Primarina. It is still going to be extremely effective. And the Farigiraf on Emo's side also has access to Psychic, which would be super effective.
Yeah, and on top of it, you know, bringing in that Zarina again, as you mentioned before, Talon, that the item that it is currently holding will allow Zarina to move way faster than I feel like anything on the field currently.
There definitely will be a way for the Sarina to be faster thanks to that Choice Scarf, but we have to see what Sarina wants to lock itself into here. It does have the ability with U-turn to do super effective damage into the Farigiraf, which might allow this Kama-O at +1 to get the knockout into Farigiraf or something like a Clanging Scales, but that still leaves you susceptible to a Moonblast from this Primarina.
And you got to be really, really careful. You know, you don't want to completely ignore this Farigiraf, allow that taunt to wear off, and then it gets to set up a Trick Room again. Or, my bad, not again, but actually get to set up a Trick Room this time.
And we see Power Whip is the move of choice as Farigiraf goes for the Psychic into the combo, bringing it down to just 43 HP.
Yeah, and again, with the, even with those stat boosts, you know, wasn't able to do much.
Thanks to that special defense boost right there. It just goes to show you that getting that boost on that side will be beneficial to a Kama-O's longevity against super effective attacks. But again, now this Primarina, if it can get an attack off into the Kama-O, it is almost assuredly going to knock it out here.
Yeah, and if you're, you know, if you're Icy Momentum, you're down a Pokemon now. Kama-O is looking like it's going to go down. Not looking like you're in the strongest seat right now. You're going to have to do a little bit of switching up the game plan, so to speak, to try and pull this win out here.
And we're going to see Primarina switch out here into the Torkoal. So figuring out that the Sarina is locked into this Power Whip. Here comes the Clanging Scales. And Farigiraf survives it on 16 HP before its Citrus Berry activates. And Sarina goes Power Up into the Torkoal. A great switch up here. Torkoal brought down to just 20 HP, and the Farigiraf goes for the Psychic, just wants to knock out the Kama-O, and it will.
And a great play there from Emos to pick up yet another knockout. You know, we were thinking, hey, this isn't looking so great. Not able to get Trick Room up, but Emos is still staying pretty dominant in this game. Still has all 4 Pokemon. They've taken, you know, a bit of chip damage here, or not chip. They've taken a bit of damage here, but you know, ultimately, Emos is still looking pretty domineering in this game.
It's also important to note that Manectric is the 4th and final Pokemon for Icy Momentum in this battle. Both Pokemon on Icy's side, they are the fastest Pokemon remaining on the field. And this Manectric does have access to the Mega Evolution, and that's what we're going to see. Mega Manectric turning itself into a living embodiment of thunder with that Mega Evolution. And the Intimidate drop comes out and lowers the attack power of 2 special attackers. Not going to do much here. Torkoal protects itself. Manectric faster than the Sarina with the Choice Scarf goes for Snarl here. And it will be super effective into the Farigiraf, which means Sarina, after this special attack drop comes out, goes Power Whip, and it will hit the Farigiraf. The Farigiraf is knocked out.
Denying the Torkoal the Trick Room there basically guarantees Torkoal's a done deal at this point, as long as you target the slot and it doesn't go for a Protect or something. I mean, Torkoal's gone for. But now we see Kangaskhan return to the field, full HP. So again, don't count Emos out yet. And you know, Icy Momentum can still kind of try and whittle this in their favor. You know, Torkoal's slow, Manectric and Zarina are fast. They might be able to pull this one out. Honestly, you never know.
It's going to be very interesting for Emos here, as the Kangaskhan does still have access to its Mega Evolution, and Mega Kangaskhan is going to show itself on the field. Mega Kangaskhan with the baby coming out to activate this parental bond ability. as Snarl is going to come out and pick up this Torkoal here. So Torkoal is down, and Serena probably is going to go next on this turn, going for that Power Whip. It will hit the Kangaskhan, and Kangaskhan is brought down to 74 HP, and a double edge going into the main Nectric here. Main Nectric brought down to 34 HP, and one HP.
And now the only thing that is, or actually, never mind. I was gonna say Sucker Punch is threatening, but the ability of Zarina is not gonna let that happen.
What a survival there by the main Nectric. The invisible focus sash actually shows up from this parental bond on the Mega main Nectric there, and the Kangaskhan wasn't even intimidated.
Yeah, no, this actually looks like Icy Momentum is turning the momentum in their favor now.
You're absolutely right here, Smoke. And we're going to see the Volt Switch come out into the Kangaskhan. And because Kangaskhan cannot use Sucker Punch, main Nectric gets the knockout here. Serena goes for Power Whip, super effective into the Primarina. And that's enough for a one-hit knockout. And Icy Momentum will win game 1 and move one step closer to Top Cut.
Yeah, no, that survival there, that proved rather huge.
That survival was absolutely massive for Icy Momentum there. I didn't think main Nectric could survive the double up.
And me too, but it did. It survived on 1 HP, and that's all you need sometimes to, pull a game out, pull a win.
Sometimes that is all you need to make sure that you are the winner of a game. That little bit of survival was absolutely critical for Icy Momentum, and hats off to them getting that knockout or that survival and being able to take out the Kangaskhan and having Serena in the back to bring it out and make sure Kangaskhan could not go for the Sucker Punch or the fake out in that game. It would be very interesting to see what Emos does in this game too. I'm thinking potentially we could see something like that Sneasler, because it does have a great matchup into the Serena and into the Mousehold. And if main Nectric Mega evolves into Mega main Nectric and the White Herb has not been procced, this Sneasler also having access to U-turn on its move set.
Yeah, no, and that would do probably some pretty big damage, I would imagine here, right? Like maybe able to, get into some better position with the U-turn, do some, maybe if not some massive damage, at least some, get some chip down and reposition and get into a better spot to try and, take the game for yourself.
I would definitely be interested to see if Sneasler is an adjustment that Emos makes in this game, but we are going to get into number 2. Will it be Icy Momentum locking themselves into Top Cut, or will Emos force a game 3? We're going to see Kangaskhan and Farigiraf as the lead for Emos, and once again the Kama-O and the Mousehold for Icy Momentum.
Yeah, so we're going to see the same leads as we did last game. Kind of as I was saying before, we might end up seeing, the same Pokemon brought, just a little bit different execution of the strategy. Emos was looking pretty strong there for most of the game. Had things pretty whittled down there, but in the end, Icy Momentum flipped that momentum in their favor and was able to take the game number 1 in this round number 8. We do see Mega Kangaskhan come out this turn. The Mousehold going to taunt the Farigiraf again, as we saw in the previous game. No fake out this turn, however. We're going to see an Aura Sphere go into the Kangaskhan, doing huge damage, bringing it below half HP. Kangaskhan going for that Ice Punch, and the follow-up from the baby Kangaskhan, bringing Como to about half HP there.
And Farigiraf try to go for the Trick Room, and it will fail on that turn. Farigiraf, it is in such a terrible position there, not being able to set up the Twisted Dimensions against these two Pokemon that are doing big damage into stuff like that Kama-O and potentially the Maushold. And it's also important to note that the reason the Ice Punch didn't do as much damage to the Kama-O, Smoke, is because of that Friend Guard. Friend Guard doing massive damage and helping out the partner Kama-O.
Yeah, no, Fret Guard always coming in pretty clutch there. We're going to see the Follow Me followed up by an Aura Sphere. We're seeing Kangaskhan get knocked out with that Aura Sphere, and we will see what follows from the Farigiraf. And it is going to be a Psychic into the Maushold, likely was into that that Como slot, but getting redirected by the Follow Me.
Yeah, it definitely got redirected by the Follow Me there. And now we have to see what the third Pokemon is going to be. It's going to be the Sneasler. A change-up. Is the Sneasler coming out as the third Pokemon for Emos?
Yeah, we'll see what this Sneasler can do. It's definitely threatening a lot of damage downfield right now. Kind of putting Icy Momentum into a little bit more of a pinch than they were in last game. We still see Farigiraf staying on the field even though it's taunted. You know, Emo saying, last game I did pretty well, even though I couldn't set up Trick Room right away. I was still able to do a good amount of damage onto your team. So instead of opting for a switch out to shake that taunt off, it seems like they're gonna keep it in there for a bit.
You're absolutely right, and we are going to see the Maushold opt to protect itself just to see what the Sneasler wants to go for here. It's going to be a close combat into the Maushold that protects itself. Meanwhile, Kama going for Clanging Scales, huge damage into both the Sneasler and the Farigiraf, but Farigiraf gets the goal for this Psychic cleanly, and Kama lives on 7 HP!
Icy Momentum has probably spent some time working on this team because these survivals we're seeing and the builds of these Pokemon, they're incredible. Last game we saw, you know, the survival on 1 HP for Manectric. Now we see 18 HP on a Como. If you are Emos, you are probably not super thrilled to see that survive both those hits.
You definitely are not, but we are very interested to see what happens here with the Sneasler, as it can go for a close combat pretty freely into this Maushold and pick up the knockout here. Meanwhile, Farigiraf could get the knockout into the Kama-O with another Psychic. And Maushold is going to go for the Follow Me here. Redirect any move from this Sneasler. It's going to be that close combat, coming out and knocking out Maushold, removing the Friend Guard ability for the remainder of the battle, and also activating the White Herb.
And I wouldn't be surprised here if we see Sneasler try and be the one to clean up the remainder of this game. I'm not sure, unless Serena's in the back, I don't know what Icy Momentum's going to have that is actually faster than this Sneasler here. So we are going to see that Psychic come out into Como, pick up the knockout. So that was a really good turn there for Emos. You're looking at a 3v2 now, endgame situation. Delphox, we'll see who the other Pokemon is, and a Zarina. So again, no priority moves or anything like that, but on the same hand, you know, that Sneasler is unburdened boosted at the current moment, so I don't think anything's going to be outspeeding it.
It's the unburdened boosted on the Sneasler, and this Sneasler does not have access to a super effective move on the Delphox, such as Throat Chop. So there is a possibility here that Dire Claw would be the move that Sneasler wants. You want to make sure that this Serena is off the field, as it is the fastest Pokemon outside of your Sneasler with Unburdened on Emos' side. And Dire Claw, with that 30% chance to inflict a status condition, there's a possibility that you could get something like a sleep or a paralysis. And we're gonna see the Delphox sign activate on Mega Delphox here.
Looks like it's about to ride the broomstick into battle. And we
Zarina
do see that.
survived!
Yeah, that's crazy. Zarina survives on 6 HP from a Dire Claw. Nasty Plot comes out from Delphox. This is looking really threatening. The Power Whip misses Farigiraf. That is brutal. That is brutal.
And this is also very interesting. The Farigiraf just set up the Trick Room there. So let's see, we don't even know what the fourth Pokemon is in the back for Emos, but at the same time, the Trick Room has just been set up. And Serena is at low HP. Sneasler with the Unburden. It will be going last in this turn.
And this is kind of what I mentioned last game. You don't want to ignore that Farigiraf. It shakes its taunt off, and now it's free to go for Trick Room after you've lost your mouse hold. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. We're seeing a Hyper Voice come out from Farigiraf, picks up Zarina, and we'll see what Delphox is able to do here. Fortunately, going to be able to move before Sneasler there because of that Unburden boost. So in this situation, Icy Momentum able to pick up a double knockout, and it's going to be a 1v1 slightly chipped Delphox versus a full HP Torkoal in Trick Room.
This is going to be massive here. Torkoal, the last Pokemon on the field. This will be single target though, Eruption. At full HP with the Charcoal, I wonder if Delphox can survive this from this range.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a interesting call, to say the least. We'll see. Stalling out a turn of Trick Room, stalling out a turn of Sunlight. Torkoal still got 4 more turns of that, though, so that's going to be a little bit rough.
This Torkoal, it looks to be attacking the Delphox with 75% HP right now. So it really just comes down to, can this Delphox live the Eruption? It is going to be full power. Here's the Eruption from the Torkoal with the Charcoal and the Sun. Delphox lives on 35. It lives on 35 HP. The +2 Psychic from the Nasty Plot. I'm not. Delphox does it.
Oh my goodness.
What a finish for Icy Momentum from 1 and 2 to Top Cut.
Wow. That was incredible. That was incredible. That Nasty Plot came in so clutch there in the end game, able to survive a full power Eruption on top of it all, and then able to deliver just the fatal blow to our boy Torkoal there.
That was absolutely incredible for the Delphox. It lived the Eruption with the Charcoal and the Sun and the full HP and single target. It would have been something if it was something like a spread move and Delphox survived that, but that was single target Delphox.
No, that was extremely incredible. Like I said, huge shout out to Icy Momentum. Those builds on those EVs are super solid. Watch it be like the most simple build ever, but anyway, all the survivals in those games, it was impressive.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Smoke. And with that, I mean, Icy Momentum, congratulations, making our Top Cut bracket that will be played tomorrow. Today was incredible for our 8 rounds of Swiss, Smoke.
Yeah, no, we got a full day of some day 2 action tomorrow for you guys. With that, though, it is going to be the end of day 1 for the SpearPillar Champions Tour number 3. We've had a fantastic time casting for you guys today. For everybody that watched, thank you for your support. Once again, huge thank you and shout out to the team working behind the scenes to make the tour run so smoothly. Huge shout out to all the viewers. We broke our 100 follower goal. So again, mega shout out, mega thanks. Much appreciated.
I love that line.
You got it. It's mega season.
It's mega season. We are moving into the Champions meta, and I mean, right now, I just feel for the players right now in LA because they're still playing Scarlet and Violet right now.
Yeah, no, we've advanced to we've ascended to the next stage. So, with that, thank you everyone for tuning into day 1. We hope to catch you guys for day 2 tomorrow. If you can't catch us tomorrow, well, we hope to catch you next week at the SpearPillar Champions Tour number 4. This is Smoke signing out.
And you want to rate?